Hey there Windowers, and welcome to this week's Windows on Windows live stream. And it is a special occasion, as I hope you've just realized, and I hope that brought back some great memories for those of you that have been with the channel for the over 10 years that it's been in existence. And yeah, we're going to be basically having a little celebration of Windows on Windows birthday. So the channel is slightly over 10 years old now. I actually created the channel on the 11th of December 2011, so yeah, slightly over 10 years, but actually my first video wasn't uploaded until I think it was the 8th of May 2012, so there was a little bit of a gap, and honestly I actually can't remember why or what I was doing in that gap, but yeah, it will forever remain a mystery, obviously. Anyway, before I get further into the stream, now is probably a good time, because we've not streamed for a while. Let's do a quick audio and visual check. So please let me know in the chat if you have any problems with audio or video, and I will try and sort them out before we get into the stream proper. And hello, by the way, thank you for joining. I think I've said that already, but just in case, thanks for being here. It means a lot to me. So yeah, let's have a look. Some people are saying there is a little bit of lag. Is there still lag? Yes. Johnny says audio is good. Perfect. Pancake says a little bit of lag. That's interesting. We don't usually have a lot of lag, do we? Interesting. Video is lagging a lot. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just literally give it a minute and hopefully it'll sort itself out and iron out all the problems. So yeah, in the meantime, while we wait for the video to hopefully catch up, I can't even speak. You'll know this if you're a regular. How is everyone while we wait for the video to hopefully correct itself? Let's see who we've got. So hello to Johnny, a regular in the streams. Thank you for joining. Hello to Pancake, also a regular. Hello to Angel. I recognize you from Twitter and the Discord server. Thanks for joining. Hello to Solar Strike, again a regular. Thank you for joining. Hello to Drippin and True the Queen. Hello to Orbitron, who's one of our new team members that works on our branding and video build footage. Thank you for joining. Hello to Philip. Hello to Johnny. Hello to Mr. 5G. Thank you for joining. Hello to Zodus, again another person that I recognise from past streams. Thank you for joining. Hello to Gareth. Thanks for joining. Again another regular. Thank you, it means a lot to me that you guys like the streams. Hello to Mickle Raven, I recognise you as well, thanks for joining. Hello to Patrick, hello to Starfrost, thanks for joining. Another team member, I love it. I did see Dominic earlier as well. Dominic, are you still here? Well, hello to Dominic anyway, who's our moderator in chat during all our live streams. And Trapper says, congratulations on 10 years. Well, thank you, it means a lot to me. Hello to Retrorescent Gaming. Ah yes, Dominic is here. Thanks for joining. Okay, how is the video doing? Do we still have lag? Do we still have lag? Some people seem to be having lag problems and I'm not sure why. Am I dropping a lot of frames? Maybe? I don't think so. Worst case scenario, I might just put the byte rate down a little bit because I do have it set quite high. Like higher than usual, I think, for streams. I have it set quite high. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do really quickly. I'm going to do a quick poll. Just let me know if it's lagging for you or not, so I can get a definitive answer here. So let's work this out. If it's lagging for the majority of people, then I will put the byte rate down. Slightly, not a lot. Obviously, I still want you to actually see me and see what's going on, but just let me know. 71% yes. Okay, that's not a good sign. Okay, let's put the byte rate down. I'll put it down a little bit. If it doesn't make a difference, I'll keep going a little bit lower until hopefully it fixes itself. Okay, let's have a look. So what byte rate are we on? Yeah, because at the moment we're on 12,500 kilobits per second, which is relatively high for a stream. So let's put this down to, I don't know, 10,000 maybe. Okay, let's see if this helps slightly. clearly it's all part of my plan to give you the authentic experience of Windows on Windows 10 years ago, because YouTube was like this, like it was kind of bad. so yeah. Yes, authentic experience. Apologies, by the way, because it's quite dark in here as well, isn't it? Hang on, let me see if I can change my webcam settings. Regulars to... Oh, there you go. Look, that's slightly better. Regulars to the streams will know all about this. We always have technical problems, but I do endeavour to fix them before we get into the main part of the stream. Okay, so how is the lag? Let's do a new poll really quickly. Let's just see if we've got any progress there. If not, I'll put the byte rate down a little bit more. So let's do this again. Please revote if you can, and hopefully we'll get this sorted, because actually what I want to do is get the live streams back up and running again, so that they're accessible every 2 weeks. Scheduled for every 2 weeks, like they used to be. Okay. Perfect. So we've gone from 71% lagging to 88% not lagging. That's pretty good. Well, there we go. So we'll put the byte rate down. Perfect. Let's see how it goes. Any more problems during the stream with audio or video, please let me know and I will endeavor to fix them. So yes, anyway, so the stream today is going to be kind of a fairly relaxed stream. I'm not going to be taking it too seriously. There's going to be a lot of cringe moments. I mean, guys, if you like the channel and you like watching me cringe at myself, there's going to be a lot of this, because for those that don't know, I really hate my early videos. Like, I hate them. I cannot watch them. But for the purposes of this celebration, and partly for your entertainment, I'm going to force myself to watch videos that I really would rather pretend don't actually exist. So yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting. I don't have any commitments this evening, so I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for, but basically there's no time limit, so we can watch as many of these videos as we want. And obviously during the meantime, you're free to ask me any questions that you might have about the channel or anything else, and I will endeavor to answer them. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly check in one more time to check that we're actually okay and ready to go. It looks like it. Hello to Joshua, thank you for joining. Mickle Raven says the video is smoother but still freezing at random. Okay, right, audio is perfect. Okay, well, okay, just in case, I'm just going to put the byte rate down a little bit more. Let's go down to maybe 9,000. So we've got a little bit of leeway. Why not? Because I don't think, I mean, we're going to be watching videos from 10 years ago, right? YouTube videos, so they're not going to be in HD, so I don't think you're going to be missing out on a lot of detail there if you put the byte rate down. So let's do that. Apologies if you can hear a dog toy in the background, but my dog has just decided to start playing with a toy. Anyway, so for this evening's entertainment, I will want your guys' input. So actually, what I'm going to do first is get you to let me know maybe what might be a good video to start with. Now, in case you're not someone that has seen a lot of the old videos on the channel, I'm just going to show you this. So if you have a look here, I have the channel page, as you can see. So if we go to videos, I'll just show you this. Let's just go all the way to the bottom here. So obviously we're not going to be reacting to the vast majority of these, because that will take a very long time. And obviously a lot of videos are quite recent, but if we go right back to the beginning, the very first series of videos that I did on the channel was videos on the development of Windows XP. So the very first video is Windows XP build 2296, as you can see here, and this is from the 8th of May 2011. So have a little look at these, and I'm just going to give you some options as to what I think might be good ones to start with in a poll. So let me know what you're feeling might be a good one to begin with. So let's do this. I probably won't ask this for every video, but I don't know. Let's just see how we go. So for the very first video, let's have a think about some options. So we could look at the literal first video from the channel. So I'm going to put XP 2296. Okay, first video. Or we could potentially look at the development of Windows XP overview video, which is the first video in the XP series, but as you can see, not the first one that was actually created. I mean, don't ask, just don't ask. It makes no sense. So we can look at XP development. We could also have a look at one of the most popular videos on the channel, unfortunately, because I hate this video so much. I just cannot watch this, but I'm going to force myself to. We could look at the video on Neptune, which kind of... Neptune predates XP, and a lot of the features from Neptune ended up in XP or appearing in XP's development. So it kind of makes sense from a historically accurate, like chronological point of view to look at that one. So yeah, let me know what you think out of these three options. Just excuse me a moment while I let my dog outside. It's always entertaining on Windows streams, as I'm sure you agree. Okay, so literally about 30 seconds, just cast your votes, and then we'll choose which video we're going to have a look at to start with. And depending on which one you choose, I will cringe. I mean, I just cannot even... I can't explain how much I just cannot watch these videos. So this is going to be actually kind of traumatic for me. Okay, so let's see. So literally like 15 seconds. XP2296 is winning at the moment. Neptune in second place. Just in case you've not noticed, by the way, the Neptune video is over half an hour long. So, I mean, if we're going to watch this one, we're going to be in it for the long haul, because I feel like we have to watch the whole video, right? We can't just watch half of it. We have to watch the whole thing. Oh, dear. Solar Strike, thank you for offering your emotional support. I will definitely need this from everyone. Okay, so it looks like we're going to go for the very first video. So, let's have a look at this. Now, for the purposes of watching my own videos, by the way, I do have an ad blocker enabled because these are my own videos. So there we go. Morally, I thought this was acceptable, and it will save a little bit of time. Oh dear. Look. I mean, this is the evidence, right? 15 seconds. That's how far into this video I got at some point before not being able to watch it any further. So there we go. You can see... This is going to be very painful for me. Let's just make sure we're on the highest quality possible, which is probably 360. Oh, 480. Perfect. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a very quick audio test to check that you can actually hear this audio and that it works. So please let me know. Okay, in this video, we're going to be looking at an early version of what was to become Windows XP. Okay, so let me know. Is that all working fine? Is the volume okay? Can you hear that? Let me know, please, before we start properly. Oh, dear. Too quiet. Okay, well, this is actually on maximum volume, so it must just be that I was recording very quietly. So I hope those people that are finding it quiet will be able to increase their volume somehow. So you might just want to do that. But I think future videos will be louder. Okay, so without any further ado, please turn your volume up if you want to, but you don't have to because I'm not going to. Let's watch the first video. Oh dear, I'm gonna need tea very soon. Okay, in this video we're going to be looking at an early version of what was to become Windows XP called Windows Codename Whistler. And this is build 2296, otherwise known as the first beta. So this was the sort of intermediate stage between Windows 2000 and Windows XP. So we're looking at around 2000, 2001. So you may have noticed so far there was no intro, and that's because all of these very earliest videos, they all had the original channel intro as part of the video, which is what you saw earlier if you didn't recognize it. But I actually went back and removed them after we rebranded the channel in about 2014. So they have all been retroactively removed. So that'll save you a good, what, 2 minutes? Because it was a very long intro. So let's continue. So as you can see in the setup process, it's identifying itself as Windows Whistler. I'm running this in VirtualBox with a 512 megabytes of RAM and a 5 gigabyte hard drive. And in case you haven't noticed already, if you've not watched these videos, and I don't blame you if you haven't, my editing for the earliest videos was pretty much non-existent. I mean, there's a lot of empty space where I really should have edited things out. And as you can see, I literally show the whole setup process, so there's no speeding up of setup or anything. So yeah, let's continue. And I used to edit all these videos, yes, Johnny, you're right, on Windows Live Movie Maker. Again, this is very embarrassing.
Okay, so it's just alerting me that it contains a time-limited expiration period, essentially. Okay. So just formatting the hard disk. It's had no problems with that 5 gigabytes, which is good. So now it's going to check the disks, and then it's going to start copying the Windows files.
I mean, one thing I will say about these earlier videos, without the, you know, massive editing that go into them now, is they're kind of more relaxing, aren't they? Like, it's definitely something that you could probably put on in the background. I mean, if you weren't cringing at your own voice. I mean, can you imagine how much I hate this? I really do. But actually, they're kind of relaxing, aren't they? In a way, like more than they are now, I think. I don't know. Let me know what you think.
I'll pause the video when it does this. So it's just finished copying files, and now it's going to reboot. So I'll pause the video again. Okay, the machine's rebooted now, and we've got the boot screen.
By the way, if you haven't seen these Whistler boot screens, they're so good. Like, look at this. It's so good. Not my favorite one, but there were quite a few during the development of XP, and they're just all really nice with the old Windows logo as well. So yeah, I kind of like this. Some people are mentioning about the YouTube crop being zoomed in. This is literally the video as it is on YouTube. So it's just playing full screen. So this is how it is on YouTube.
Okay, and now we're into the interactive setup process. So this is quite reminiscent of Windows 9X, which I would imagine is something that Microsoft are very conscious about.
Ah, okay. Orbitron says the title is cut off. Okay, let me try and fix this. Just give me one moment. It's probably my OBS settings being slightly off. Why did I change back to myself when I have to go back to OBS to change this anyway? Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, because it literally is, this is the full screen that it's capturing, so I don't know why it's chopping that off when it's in full screen. That's a bit weird. I'm not sure.
Because
yes, I am sure. I know. It's because of the resolution on the iMac. It's not the same aspect ratio. That's why. That is why. So yeah, we're gonna probably lose the slight top and bottom, but hopefully it'll still be okay.
Which was to become XP, what they were really trying to do was essentially amalgamate the consumer and business versions of Windows. So it was supposed to be literally a combination of Windows 9X and Windows NT.
I'm still here. Sorry about that. And by the way, I'm really sorry, but thank you for the people that gave super chats earlier. I think I saw them but kind of ignored them, but please feel free to ping me a message now, and I do apologise. I will read out, if you had a question or something, I will read that out now. I do apologise.
So they drew features from Windows 2000 and Windows Me. So again, obviously the setup process comes from Windows Me, Windows 9X.
Thanks, Dominic. Okay, that's the problem, isn't it? It's cropped in this one. Yes. There we go. Oh yeah, definitely. That's ridiculous. Okay. Oh, look, good old technical problems. It would not be a Windows on Windows stream without these, would it? It's all part of the experience. Okay, apologies about that. It should now be definitively fixed. Thanks, Dominic. Yes, you can get your own Windows on Windows mug from the store if you go to windowsonwindows.com. It's great in it. Look at this. And do you know what it goes really well with?
So it says installation time is about half an hour. I doubt it'll take that long.
Yeah, your UK teapot.
Anyway, I'll pause the video until it's nearing finishing. Okay, so the setup's just asked me for some user input. So we've got the locale settings.
I don't know if you've noticed this, if you haven't already, but the fans, my PC fans in the background, are going crazy. Like, it literally is like liftoff almost. And yeah, I mean, for those of you that know all about this, this PC that I used to have, the fans were kind of overkill. Like, it was a little bit crazy. So it really didn't like virtualizing builds, as you can hear.
Can't seem to get the mouse to work. So I'll do this with the keyboard. Okay. Okay. So it wants a name.
Solar Strike is asking if I remember the specs of the machine. I don't actually, but I think they may be in the video descriptions for these early videos. Let's actually check, because there's definitely technical information in here, or there was. Oh, okay, I've removed it. I used to have technical information like information about the virtual PC specs and the host specs in the descriptions, but I've removed it at some point. It was a Windows Vista era machine. I remember that.
Time zone. GMT.
It was an Intel quad core processor. What else? I can't remember. Maybe 2 gigabytes of RAM or 4 gigabytes or something like that.
Yeah, so I mean the dialog boxes are reminiscent of Windows 2000. It even uses the same logo. But the actual backdrop is from 9X. So yeah, interesting.
Also, these very earliest videos, I mean, this is just going from my memory, but I don't think I did any research. I literally don't. I think I just downloaded the ISO files, installed the build, and then what you're seeing here, this is the first time I saw this build. Like, I'm almost 100% certain. So it was completely genuine. Like, all my reactions, everything I've noticed, it will have been what I've seen through installing this for the first time. And I mean, yeah, I did mention it's like the Windows 2000 install process, which it is. And it's also kind of like the Windows 9X install process with the sidebar on the left here. And I think this was deliberate with XP because it was the first version of Windows NT that was marketed at consumers, right? So I think there was a deliberate attempt to combine what might be a familiar setup UI to consumers with a little bit of what would be familiar for businesses, I'm guessing.
I've always liked the 9X setup process. I think it's quite nice. Definitely prefer it to Vista and 7 setup process.
Wow. And wow, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was the moment of liftoff. Then I have to go back to this because that was a bit ridiculous. Okay, just listen to these fans, okay? I'm not joking. Listen to this.
I've always liked the 9X setup process. I think it's quite nice. Definitely prefer it to Vista and 7 setup process. Interestingly, it's now saying that it's installing start menu items. And we got the 2000-esque dialog box earlier when it was setting up the networking components. Now, in 2000, when it's installing the start menu items, we would have a dialog box again, but we don't this time. It's just doing it from within the 9X style setup.
Johnny, thank you for the reminder of the specs. Okay, in fact, these specs, this RAM, the 8 GB, that was upgraded at some point. I think it was either 2 or 4 it came with to start with. Yeah, so there we go. It was a Vista era Intel Core 2 Quad, Q6600, 2.4 gigahertz CPU, and yeah, it was either 2 or 4 GB of RAM to start with. At this point, it would have been.
Incidentally, it's been about 5 minutes so far. So it's almost finished now. We've got this welcome to Windows Vista Beta 1 screen. Thank you for taking the time to install and test Windows Vista Beta 1.
Oh, look, I couldn't talk then either. Literally. See, these days you wouldn't notice because I would have edited that out and replaced it with a nice, perfect piece of narration. But there we go.
Your feedback is critical to the success of this product, and we appreciate blah blah blah. Otherwise, it's just cycling through these same 9X style Windows is better than ever screens. It made reference to the fact that it included MSN Messenger, which I found quite funny in hindsight. That innovative piece of software. Right, so that part's finished. I'm assuming that we're going to restart now.
There's definitely a lot of dead space, isn't there, in these videos? This really should have been edited a little bit better.
Yeah.
Ah, hello to Void Pointer. Thank you for joining.
I have to say, I really like this boot screen. I think it's quite nice. Especially
SG Vagon says when I pause the video, the stream starts buffering. That's so weird.
XP-esque.
I'll try not to, but Okay, I'm just going to pause it here. I'll try not to pause it as much as I can, but I'm also worried about talking over myself and missing something, but I'll try not to.
Right, so when you first start up, this is what you get. So this is the out-of-box experience.
The out-of-box experience is the login screen. Yes. Now, yes, Orbitron, amazing colour depth. Yes, I don't think I ever used to change this either, did I?
Edition/2000 sounds. Okay, and it's produced the start menu for us. Can't seem to get the mouse to work. So I'm going to pause the video and I'll try and get the mouse installed and working. Right, I just disabled mouse integration in VirtualBox and now I can control it.
And the fans are back.
Went through the connect to the internet process quite quickly with the icon that you used to get on the desktop. So it comes with version 5.6 of Internet Explorer. And we've got some instructions on how to run things in compatibility mode as well. I need to change the colours on this.
Yes, myself. You really have to change the colours. Let's do it now. Oh no.
Not supported.
See, it was true what I said earlier. There was no planning here. There literally wasn't. This was just downloading an ISO and installing it. No research, no planning. Nothing about getting a driver ready. Nope.
Right, well I'll put the resolution up anyway, so I'll pause the video when I do that so I can recapture it again. Okay, so I managed to get 800 by 600 resolution for now. I can't increase the colours though. So this is the start menu as it stands in Whistler Beta 1. Obviously the colours, the 16-bit colours aren't doing it any favours, but I think it's quite nice. Obviously it is very similar to how it ended up in XP.
I mean, at this point, this start menu, it was meant to blend in with the watercolor theme, which is one of the prototype themes that they were using during development, which is not activated here.
It identifies itself as Windows 2000, and we've got a version number of 5.01. go back into personalization.
Void Pointer says, there's something about your old unplanned videos that make them really enjoyable. Yeah, I kind of said this earlier, even though, like, if you listen back to a recording of yourself, you cringe, right? So I am internally cringing a lot about this. But actually, it's kind of relaxing. Like, the fact that it's not overly edited and it's not scripted, it's kind of relaxing, isn't it, in a way?
So
Like
this
Windows ASMR.
this themes tab with the Whistler beaters. So we've got the option of changing to a different theme.
Ah, here we go. This is watercolor. Oh, great. The themes don't work.
Okay,
Brilliant.
so it's saying the color depth is too low for that theme.
See, planning. Major Sky, plan. You should have planned this.
See what other options we get. Yeah, so we've got all our classic colours. And we've got a theme called Professional, which is not displaying, but it's otherwise known as Watercolour. And it's quite a nice theme, actually. It's a shame that they got rid of it, I think. Would be nice as an option in XP. But just Google image it and you can find it. It's usually called Watercolour. So we've got some screensavers again. Let's have a look at the logon one. So we've got codename Whistler Professional.
Philip says, you made it look like Windows 98. Well done. Yes, I know. This is not... This could have been done a lot better. It could have been done a lot better, I think.
Right, let's just put it on teal.
Oh, teal. Oh, I used to love this one.
Right, so let's have a look at Winver.
And in fact, teal doesn't look that bad in this low color depth, does it?
So on this one we've got 5.1 as a version number. Let's see.
Wait, hang on. The version... What? It's got different version numbers in two different parts of the UI. I mean, that is completely Microsoft, isn't it? I actually didn't... I forgot about that. But okay. That's encouraging.
I think this is version 7. Yeah.
I posted a tweet about that sample song this very day, and that's a complete coincidence. If you don't follow me on Twitter, I'm at WoW Starts Now. So yeah, go follow me. I do daily Windows facts if you're not a follower. Hope you enjoy those. Yeah, today's was about Beautiful Way by Beck, which was a sample song included with Media Player 7. There it was. And yes, it is copyrighted music, but I think the fans are drowning it out so much that YouTube hasn't noticed. So, shh, we won't say anything. We won't say anything.
Okay, so this is one of the first appearances of... That's enough. Yeah, thanks, Beck. So this is one of the first appearances of the categorized control panel, which obviously ended up in XP as well. So I prefer the classic views. I'm just going to change to that.
I really love this combination in XP's development between Windows classic look and like a new, more modern look. There's something about the combination that I really like.
Animate the menu as it opens. That sounds good. Yeah.
Nice two-frame animation.
So we've got grouping of taskbar icons here as well, which I always hated in XP. So this is the user account screen. As you can see, very similar to XP now. Change the way users log on or off. Use the welcome screen. So we'll have a look at that in a minute.
So we talked a bit about Neptune earlier, and this was one of the features that was brought over from Neptune's development, this idea of having a welcome screen on boot up. And again, probably because Microsoft were marketing NT with XP for the first time at home users. So I'm guessing that's why they went for having a welcome screen, which they first tried out in Neptune.
So there aren't any pictures to choose from, you can't change any pictures. Let's have a look at sounds. That is one ugly speaker. Oh, so it still comes with the utility.
Wow, sassy Major Sky. I don't remember that. I like it. That is one ugly speaker.
Sound scheme as well. It's nice.
In fact, I'm surprised sounds are working because that doesn't usually happen without having like guest editions installed, does it?
Do we get our mouse pointers? Yep. Credential manager. Interesting.
I'm Sword King says, why does it sound like you have asthma? Do you mean now or in this video? Is it a fan joke, or are you generally asking why it sounds like I'm out of breath? If it sounds like I'm out of breath now, that's probably because I don't know. I have allergies, so my nose is usually quite blocked. It's probably that.
Add remove programs. Let's see if we can change components. So these are the options that we get. Not too many, it has to be said. Right, so I'll show you the feedback form as well. Okay, so it's usually specific. So it says you're submitting a comment regarding the appearance or function of the control panel. Thank you for your feedback. So type in your email, your ID, what the problem's about, how bad is the problem.
Intolerable. It's an intolerable problem. Oh dear. Sassy Major Sky again. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Let's have a look at folder options.
Okay, I think the stream died for some people, so I'm just gonna wait a moment. Let's just check, is OBS still broadcasting? Yes, so it should still be working. I'll just give it a minute. Just go back a bit here. Right, are we back? I think we're back.
Yeah. Let's have a look at folder options.
I think we're back. Sorry about that.
Nothing special. I don't think this dialog box has ever changed really that much. Yeah, so I mean that is essentially it. So
I mean, the fans. I mean, I'm listening on headphones, right, or earphones, and I can hardly hear what I'm saying because the fans are so loud. Does everyone have that problem?
so it is literally it's like a hybrid between 2000 and XP. It's 2000 with ambition.
Ah, yes. Back in the day when I used to take the taglines directly from what I said in the video. There we go. 2000 with ambition. Right, some people are complaining about buffering, so I'm going to just go and very quickly put the byte rate down again. I don't know why. My connection's been pretty bad today, isn't it? I don't know why. Let's just put that down a bit. Not sure why that is. Okay, anyway, let's continue.
Really, and it's not quite XP. But yeah, it's interesting to look at these sort of interim builds between releases, so you can really see some of the processes that went on. Let's try Windows Update for a laugh. That'll be funny. Or maybe not. See what it's gonna do.
Not a lot.
I've been redirected to a support page because I've obviously not got the latest service pack for Whistler. So yeah, like I say, I mean that is essentially all that's to it. I'll show you the log off process. So this is the welcome screen. You've got the computer name displayed on the left, and you've got some really ugly colours. I'm not sure yellow is a good idea. But the foundations for the welcome screen obviously there. Let's file bug report. Ah, yeah, so you've got this way of doing the bug reports as well, which is a lot more detailed. Okay, so you've got problem type. Where did it happen? And lots of options.
Server edition, okay.
But yeah, so this has been a video showing build 2296, sorry, of Windows Vista, otherwise known as Beta 1. And hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching.
And there we go. That was the very first video uploaded to the channel. Okay, people are still saying there's lag. Okay, do you know what? I think it might... I mean, this is just my guess. It could be because... If you don't know, the Queen died recently in the UK, and maybe there's just a lot of traffic here online, like watching what's going on, you know, watching the news and stuff. Because today her coffin was moved to Edinburgh, so people might be watching that and stuff. Okay, so I'll put it down to 6,000. Let's see if this helps. Yeah, so that was the first video from the channel. You'd probably agree, even though, yes, it has its merits, it was probably not my finest moment. I mean, it was definitely relaxing. Too long. That could have done with polishing up. A lot of that was kind of dead time that could have been edited out. But there we go. I didn't think about that at the time. I just installed it and had a look and then put it on YouTube. So there we go. Okay, so let's choose our next video. So I'm going to give you a little choice again of a few videos. So let me know what you think. So I think maybe we could look at development of XP or Neptune. Or what else, actually? What kind of pertains to this era? Maybe a 95 video, which I also hate because they're pretty much the same as the XP videos. I don't know. Let's just say 95 development. I don't think looking at another XP build is going to be necessarily very entertaining. It'll be very similar to that. So let's have a look. Let me know what you think. Have a minute and cast your vote. The stream looks okay to me now on my end, but just let me know if you still have lag problems. Okay, another 15 seconds or so. And Solar Strike, yes, I'm on Wi-Fi. Sky, let's not mention build 56. In fact, that would have been a good one to choose. Yes. Why don't we look at the video on the fake build, which I've tried to erase from memory. Okay, PC Repair Tech, thanks for joining, says they have lag problems as well. Oh dear. Well, look, if ever there was testament to how important the Queen was, I think today's technical problems are. Okay, I'm going down to 4,000. Let's give this a go. Okay, so let's have a look at Neptune. Now, this is a half-an-hour video. I'm just pre-warning you here. So, just, I mean, maybe go and get a drink. Yeah, if you're going to watch this. Right, before I stop playing this, I'm just going to quickly ask if people are still having loads of lag problems. Because to be honest, if it's really bad to the point where you can't see what we're doing, we might have to reschedule. Because otherwise it's just going to be... It's going to be annoying, isn't it? Okay, let me know very quickly about lag. Solar Strike, that would be a good idea. However, I don't have an Ethernet cable. Or not one that's long enough. I'd have to buy one. But that is a good idea. Maybe I should do that. Okay, it seems like for most people the lag has been resolved. If it continues to be a problem, I will try putting the bitrate even lower. Because, I mean, to be honest, even 4,000 is pretty high for these videos, isn't it? Okay, so shall we watch the Neptune video? let's go. So this was uploaded after, as you could probably see a minute ago, after the XP videos. It was like an additional one that I did at the end that I've kind of retroactively put at the start of the playlist because it kind of made sense there. So okay, let's have a look.
When looking at the development process, and you'll see.
Let's go back to the beginning.
In this video, we're going to be looking at Microsoft codename Neptune. Now, Neptune is not actually part of the XP development process as such. However, it is very important when looking at the development process, and you'll see why during the video. Now, only one build of Neptune was ever released to testers, and that was build 5111. And that was released during December 1999. Now, the first known build of Whistler, which was the code name for Windows XP, was released on the 2nd of February 2000, and that was build 2202. So really...
Oh my god, I forgot there was a dog in the video as well. Oh dear. Oh, and okay, the stream died again. This is not good, is it? It must be Her Majesty. It must be. Okay, let's put byte rate down. Maybe let's try one more time. If not, we might have to reschedule. Let's go down to 3000. Okay, there we go. Right. Okay, I think we're back. We're back. Okay.
Released during December 1999. Now, the first known build of Whistler, which was the code name for Windows XP, was released on the 2nd of February 2000, and that was build 2202. So really, this build of Neptune that we know about is less than 2 months preceding the first XP build that we know about, or the first Whistler build that we know.
Why was I recording a video with a dog in the background? I mean, why does this even need to be explained to anyone? This is a bad idea.
Now, if you don't know much about the Neptune project, basically it was a project to create a consumer version of Windows 2000. Now, Windows 2000 was targeted at businesses. It was based on NT, which at the time was Microsoft's business operating system base, shall we say. So with Neptune, what they really wanted to do was create a version of Windows NT for consumers. So it was effectively going to be the home edition of Windows 2000. Now that didn't work out. They changed their plans, and we got Whistler instead. Now I'd encourage you to go away and read up about this to get some background. I'd also encourage you to look at the development of XP introduction and overview video, which I posted and will be before this video in the playlist, just so you can get some idea of the background. Okay, so Neptune was going to have an NT version of 5.5, and the other thing we know...
Why am I saying all this with nothing happening though? I'm just on a blank screen here. Isn't that a little bit boring? Shouldn't I have like gone through setup or something when I was doing this? What? Pancake says, I'd encourage you to go away. No, 2012 Major Sky, I'm staying right here. Oh dear.
Was that build 5111 was the Milestone 2 build, and it was a developer release build. So I'll show you the setup process to start.
Oh, here we go. Thank you, Major Sky 17.
As you can see, it's not a surprise that it looks exactly like a Windows NT setup process, as you'd expect, really. You notice that it's just called Neptune. It's not called Windows Neptune. Now on the boot screen it's called Microsoft Neptune, so it's slightly inconsistent. But it's usually known as Windows Neptune nowadays.
Yeah, and that's something I've always found interesting about Neptune, is it calls itself Microsoft Neptune, even though it's obviously Windows. But it doesn't call itself Windows Neptune? That's weird, isn't it? Why is that? Because it is Windows. I don't know, I've just always found that a bit weird.
And it's calling itself Windows 2000 at this stage. Now, as I say, there's a lot of things about Neptune which are really interesting and actually integral to the development of XP. But, as I say, it wasn't part of the Whistler project. Okay, setup's just finished copying files now. Okay,
Ooh, there was a bit more editing there, wasn't there? I'm working my way up here, guys. I'm proud of myself. That was nice. That was a nice segue.
system's rebooted now, and we're at the boot screen. Now, as you can see, this is very similar to Windows 2000 boot screen. And again, as I say, on the boot screen, it's identifying itself as Neptune, with no mention of it being Windows related. Although obviously it is Windows related.
Look, see, I was fascinated even then. And fun fact about this video, I mean, I think this is true based on my memory, but this was the first video where I actually put a lot of research into doing it, and I spoke a lot with someone called Ken Oath from from Beta Archive, which was at the time, this was before BetaWiki. It was the place to be to learn and talk about all about Windows betas. So yeah, Ken Oath, or Ken Hanna, he's sometimes known as. I don't know where he is now, actually. Ken, if you're here, thanks for all your help. But he sent me a lot of resources. So he'd done a lot of work trying to reconstruct the activity centers, which is a big part of Neptune, and he understandably didn't want to share the files that he'd created, but he sent me basically footage of what he had done just to show it off. So you'll see that in a moment.
Okay, now interestingly, this is the second part of the Neptune installation process, and it's different. It's different to the 9X installation process, and it's different to the Windows 2000 installation process. Now, interestingly, due to the version number of this build, which is NT 5.5, if you take the CD with Neptune on and you insert it into a computer running Windows XP, you'll get a message saying that the CD-ROM contains a newer version of Windows than the one you're presently using. Would you like to upgrade? Now, XP's version number is 5.1 and Neptune is 5.5, so that's the reason that you get that discrepancy.
And look, another fun fact, and that's always fascinated me as well. And I actually don't remember. Does anything? What happens when you try doing that? Does setup actually complete if you try and upgrade from Neptune to XP? Does anyone know? No. Is it Neptune to XP? Wait, Neptune's 5 point. Yeah. No, Neptune's 5.5, isn't it? So you'd have to upgrade from XP to Neptune. Is that what I just said? I can't even remember now. Is that what I said? XP to Neptune. Yeah, 5.1 to 5.5. Yeah, has anyone tried that? What happens? I don't actually know. Orbitron says I think it kind of works. But there we go. If you've got a Sunday evening after the stream, you don't know what to do, go and get an ISO file for Neptune, get an XP ISO, install XP, then put the Neptune ISO in, and see what happens when you try and upgrade from XP to Neptune, because technically it only checks the version number, and Neptune's is higher, so it will attempt to upgrade. I don't remember how far it gets, but there we go. That could be potentially fun.
Right, so we're at the start of the setup wizard now. Now this is very Windows 2000-esque, this part. Alright, so fairly expectantly, we're now at the stage where we're asked for locale settings. And this happens in virtually every Windows install process, if not every Windows install process. So it's not a surprise. And again, it's just identical, really. Same dialog boxes, same options. And again, name and organization, and computer name.
Neptune,
Now,
original.
originally, this build did require a product key, but during the mists of time, one or more persons have removed that requirement, which is quite helpful.
Dominic. Oh my god, that's true though. Dominic says the XP and Neptune logos are the Windows 9X logo split into two pieces. Oh my god, that is right. They actually are. I've never noticed that. Now I'm even more fascinated by Neptune. And Orbitron also said something about how it would be good if more Neptune builds leaked. I mean, yeah, it would, wouldn't it? I mean, that would be... Can you imagine the day that happens, if that ever happens, that's going to be a big day for the Windows beta community. Neptune builds getting leaked. I mean, that we've found references to them. Well, I haven't personally, but there are references that people have found to them in all sort, Windows Millennium builds, Windows XP builds, I think, Whistler builds. So they apparently exist. I wonder who has them.
Right, so we're on to essentially the last stage of setup now.
Thank you very much, Jacob, for the donation. You didn't have to, but it's much appreciated. And Jacob is asking how things are in Wales. Well, it's cold. I mean, I'm not in Wales, I'm in England, but close enough, right? It's cold, wet. It's been raining. I mean, it's been raining for days, pretty much. And the Queen died last week, and as you can imagine, it's just been horrendous. So yeah, it's a bit sad here in the UK at the moment. I mean, even for people that are not necessarily fans of the Queen and the monarchy, just the fact that she was around for such a long time, it's been really difficult now that we know she's not there. So yeah, it's things will get better, I'm sure, but at the moment we're at quite a low point in the UK, unfortunately.
Okay, now at this point, setup will finish, and the machine will be rebooted, and you'll get the boot screen, and you'll boot into the desktop. However, sometimes setup will crash. Now, I'm not sure why that happens. Hold on, I'll just recapture the video for you. So as I say, I'm not sure why that happens sometimes. Now, it's happened to me most times I've tried to install Neptune, and what I've actually had to do in the past is actually switch virtualization software, and I find that it works better with VMware than it does with VirtualBox. Now what I've done this time is I've loaded a machine in VirtualBox that I've already got running, which happened to work perfectly when I installed it on this occasion, so I've kept it, and I've reset all the settings to default.
Did I really have to explain all that? Was that necessary? I don't think so. Oh, thank you, Solar Strike, again for the donation. Again, not required, but much appreciated. Yeah. Oh, and you were asking about the Xbox. Well, I have an original Xbox and a 360, which I play. I don't know if that's what you wanted to know specifically.
So this is essentially what you would get on your first boot up after setup.
Now, this is a well-known bug in this build of Neptune, isn't it? It gets stuck on preparing network connections for a very long time. I'm not sure. I'm probably not aware of that at this point.
Now you will notice that it's stalling at preparing network connections, which is something that I think is known about.
Oh, look, there we go. I did know. I did my research.
It's obviously some sort of problem in Neptune, but it does eventually carry on and get there. There's also an issue with Explorer, so sometimes you'll have to wait quite a while for the start menu and taskbar and icons to appear on the desktop. And now apparently that's to do with some malfunctioning service that's set to automatically run at startup, and you can turn it off. I can't remember exactly what service it is at the moment, but I think you can find out. You can probably find out about it.
I'm so helpful, aren't I? I don't know what the answer is, but you can go and find out yourselves.
Online. Yeah, so mine hasn't done that this time. So this is essentially what you get on first boot up. Now you'll notice I've changed the mouse cursor style, which is insignificant. I've installed Opera, which is again insignificant. I've also installed VirtualBox editions.
Actually, Sky, that's a good point, isn't it? Was it Matt Casey that did a video about the capacitors in the original Xbox exploding? Jacob's asking what I used to use to edit the old videos. It was Windows and Movie Maker. Let's say no more.
Which gives you nicer. You can put the color depth up, etc. Now the other thing I did do was I upgraded IE to IE6, which is the latest version that will work with Neptune.
And I'm pretty sure, actually, is it? Correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone remembers, but is it the upgrade to is it IE6? I think that causes that problem with it getting stuck on preparing network connections. Is that related? I'm sure there's a relationship between IE6 causing some problem in Neptune. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So I'll show you around the interface.
No, okay.
This is all
Thanks for the corrections. No. What am I thinking of then? I'm sure IE6 causes some sort of problem in Neptune, right? Johnny says it breaks the start screen. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Standard customizations that you'd expect to get. There's nothing new here at all. There's no visual styles. Obviously that came with XP later on. Start menu, again typical. Again you'll notice it's calling itself Microsoft Neptune. Now
Major Sky 17 name reveal. Is this the first video with my name in? I don't know. Maybe it was in one of the XP ones before this. I don't know. But look, there we go. Name reveal. Interesting.
I find that rather peculiar that it's not calling itself Windows Neptune. I don't think that Whistler ever called itself Microsoft Whistler. It was always either codename Whistler or Windows Whistler, so I don't understand that. And this is Explorer. Now, on first glance, it's identical to Explorer in Me and 2000, but if you look at the design of the web elements here, you'll notice that this is actually different. We've got some orange stripy bars in Neptune. Again,
ooh, I forgot about this. Oh, this looks really good, doesn't it? I love that. The orange stripy bars. That's nice.
I've got them here as well, so that is slightly different. But everything else about Explorer is as you'd expect, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, so that's Explorer. So I'll show you the version number. Now you'll notice...
Oh my god! Hang on. Okay, Major Sky 17 literal full name reveal in 2012. I'm sure I've erased this from my memory. Oh, well, there you go. If you didn't know what my name was, there it is. Now you can go Google me and find out, I don't know, probably too much about me. But I'm just forewarning anyone that searches Google for my name. I'm not that interesting.
Here it's identifying itself as version 5.0. But that's actually incorrect. It is... the kernel version is 5.5. And again, they're 5.0.
I mean, the real question is, why did I even put my full name? When I set this up, why did I put my full name in? Like, what? Why?
But if you look at the file properties, you'll find that it is actually 5.5. So that's, again, a discrepancy. Now, the reason that Neptune is so significant for the development of XP is a lot of features that were introduced in Neptune have found their way into XP. So, for example, I'll show you some of them now. The first one is the integrated...
Just excuse me a moment. Just had to decline a call there. Sorry about that. Look, I'm so popular. I'm not really.
Windows Firewall. Now, in Neptune, here is where the option is for the firewall. It's in the properties for your network connections. And it's specific to each connection that you've got. And it's virtually a tick box. There are no other settings, even though this does appear. It's nothing to do with the firewall, really.
Oh yeah, because Neptune, that's where the XP firewall came from as well. That was it. This is its debut as far as we know. So look, another feature from Neptune that ended up in XP.
So you check the box, you press OK, and that's your integrated firewall turned on for that connection. As I say, it's not attached to the user interface at all. There's no icon in the control panel for it, but it is there and it does function. And obviously that was first introduced with XP. Now the other thing is we actually get a logon screen, or a welcome screen. Interestingly, you don't get the welcome screen on boot up, or at least you don't if you're the only user. I haven't tried it with multiple users, but I actually have to log off to see mine. And since I upgraded to IE6, I've also got a slight delay with it appearing, but it does.
That's what I'm thinking about. There we go. IE6, it causes that delay before the welcome screen comes on. There we go. And look at this. It's very similar to the welcome screen that was in build 2296, which makes sense because a lot of things from Neptune were brought into Whistler development.
Eventually appear. Here it is. So we've got a guest account which we can't turn off. We have this option to turn off the computer and that works. I haven't tried the restart yet with the shift, but this is the welcome screen in Neptune, which again was carried over into XP, but obviously it is a lot different in XP. But the idea as far as I'm aware, came from Neptune. Now again, as you'd expect, you've got things like file a bug report, and this is, I think, identical.
It called itself Windows Neptune. Right there, it was called Windows Neptune. There we go, the Windows Neptune beta team, or beta team. So I was wrong earlier. It doesn't always call itself Microsoft Neptune. Most of the time it does. But look, there we go. It does actually call itself Windows there. So that's that issue sorted. They obviously just couldn't decide what they were going to call it. But Windows Neptune, okay.
And this is, I think, identical to the one that I looked at in one of the Whistler videos. Windows Update. Now, this is interesting. Windows Update, you'll actually get to the Windows Update page, and it will attempt to find updates for you, but then you'll get this message. So it doesn't work. However, you can get to the Windows Update page. Now, if you try and do that now with, for example, me or 98 or 95, you'll end up in an endless loop where it redirects you again and again to a different page, and you never actually.
Oh, does anyone remember the good old days in when was it, 2012, early 2010s, when you went to Windows Update in 9X and it just went in a loop over and over again? I don't think it does that anymore, does it?
Get to Windows Update, and I think that's deliberate that Microsoft have done that now to stop the old operating systems being able to be updated, because it's only happened recently, and it's happened to me in more than one of my virtual machines on different.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so I'm Sword King says if you do that today on XP, go to Windows Update, you get a loop. Do you still get a loop on XP? Interesting. I know that you can't, like I'm pretty sure the update servers for 9X are off now, aren't they? So it just does not do anything when you try and go there. But for XP, you can still get the updates, but you have to now do a workaround. Am I right? In fact, there's a tool, isn't there? There's a tool that people will know what I'm talking about. There's a tool that I use to get XP updates. Don't remember what it's called, but you can do it via a workaround.
PCs as well, so I think that's not just an issue that I'm having. Yeah, again, personalization things, mouse pointers are all as you'd expect. Again, with sounds, we've got the Windows 2000/me sounds, so there's nothing new there. I'll show you the Windows components. Okay, so that's pretty basic as well. We get games, which you don't get in Windows 2000, as far as I'm aware. So that's obviously an attempt to make this consumer orientated.
Is that true? I'm sure you can install Windows games in 2000, right? I just don't think they're installed by default. I think they're an optional feature. Am I right? You know, all this stuff that you think should be obvious, then when you actually think about it, you're not actually 100% sure, but I'm sure you can in 2000.
Now, another interesting thing is in power options, which you may find peculiar. And it's here, this power off setting. Now, I've turned this off, but by default, there's a tick in that box. And essentially what happens is when you press power off in the start menu, the system will hibernate. So hibernate is actually turned on by default in Neptune.
Oh, why is it so fascinating? Okay, there's a few things here. Notice how instead of shutdown, they're calling it power off to make it more consumer friendly, because, you know, everyone would know what power off means, right? But shutdown, if you didn't know, then, you know, if you weren't into techie stuff like operating systems, you wouldn't necessarily know what shutdown means. But power off, that's obvious to everyone. Save application states on power off, so basically hibernate, yeah, okay, would make sense to normal people as well. So you could resume from where you were when you turned your PC back on, and enable fast startup support that debuted in Windows 8. But it was here in Neptune. It's just fascinating. It is fascinating.
It's not referenced as hibernate, but save states on power off is what hibernate does. And when that's ticked and you press...
Sky says, isn't hibernation already in 2000? Yeah, it is, I think, isn't it? But here, I think I was making the point that it's actually on by default as well in Neptune.
Power off, you'll get a box saying preparing to hibernate. Now, the other interesting thing about Neptune is this fast startup thing. Now, I haven't been able to try it out because I installed it to an NTFS partition, but if I installed it to a FAT partition, I'd have this fast startup option.
Look, I did my research as well, and I missed this. If you install it to a FAT partition, you get a fast startup option enabled, which, yeah, debuted in Windows 8. Like, what, a decade later? Over a decade later.
And I find that really interesting now as well, because I don't know whether you know or not, but in Windows 8, one of the key things that Microsoft have done is introduce a fast startup option, which I would imagine works in a similar way to this, although I'm not sure. But I find that really interesting. Right, so back to the user accounts. They're known as Windows identities on Neptune.
Notice how the user accounts control panel in Neptune doesn't fit in with anything else. It just has its own design. Why not? I mean, it looks nice. I mean, again, this looks like they've deliberately tried to make this more consumer friendly, haven't they? It looks very, very inviting and friendly. Nice shade of purple.
And again, really interesting. This is a lot like the user accounts control panel in XP. And you can see that it's a bit odd. It doesn't fit in with any other part of the interface on Neptune. It's got this sort of bluey purple sidebar and a nice italicized title there, which doesn't match anything else in the user interface. So we've got options to change accounts, make new ones and delete them, change pictures. I'll show you the picture selection. They're not very interesting. There are a lot of flowers for some reason, which is peculiar. Change name.
Why are flowers peculiar? I don't know.
Change account type, change password. Now, account types, again, this is interesting. Now, there are 4 options on Neptune.
Void pointer says consistency. Yes, that thing that Windows is well known for. Demonstrated right here in Neptune.
We've got the owner option, which is basically the administrator. Then we've got adult. Okay. This type of account is intended for people who can make standard changes to the computer, but such as installing application hardware.
Angel, and I think someone else might have been asking, I don't still keep in touch with Ken Oath because after I spoke to Ken and he helped with this video, I don't think there was any reason to keep in touch after that. But yeah, I wonder what happened to Ken, because I don't think he's still around online, or if he is, he's using a different name. But I do still have all the files he sent me showing his reconstructed activity centers, but you'll see some of this in a minute anyway in the video.
Then we've got child, okay, intended for children whose computer activities should be monitored and who should be safeguarded against corrupting computer settings and deleting important files. Have limited access to internet content and can have limited computer usage time. A person with a child account can only change his or her own account name and picture. And guest. So again, you can see this is a big attempt at a big attempt at marketing this at the consumer market.
Why did I leave my cough in there? Could I not have edited that out? Oh my gosh.
And that's interesting as well. Okay. Now, the other thing, yeah, that's interesting in Neptune, or another thing that's interesting in Neptune. I'll have to find it because it's not attached to the interface anywhere.
My cringe level is very high at the moment.
I'm just trying to remember where this is actually. It might be this. Yeah, auto update. So you can see that this is actually, in hindsight, a precursor to Windows Update, the integrated Windows Update that you get in XP. It's called Auto Update here, and it says it's a new feature which will allow you to keep your computer up to date without requiring you to search for new components and information.
Oh my gosh, there's a spelling mistake in my text as well. Look at that, integrated. I've never noticed that. Oh no, I'm not going to be able to sleep now. Right, so wait, what am I saying? A similar update feature to that found in XP. So I'm talking about the integrated updates that came in XP. Is also available in Windows 2000, which did precede Neptune. Yeah, so yeah, automatic updates was added to Windows 2000, I think, in a service pack. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was added after it came out in a. I mean, yeah.
Now, to get to this in Neptune, you have to do what I just did. You have to go to the Windows folder and click it manually yourself. It's not attached to any user interface. It's not in the control panel. And again, you've got the options which are very similar to the ones you get in XP. Notify me when updates are ready. Notify me when they're available to download. And again, before you install them. And do not automatically update my computer. And it'll ask you about that, but it doesn't do anything after that. So it doesn't work, but it's there. Now, there are a couple more things, and I'm just wondering what order would make more sense to show them in. The first one is, again, something which is not attached to the user interface, but you can attach it manually. And
Ooh, this is it. This is it, isn't it? Is this the activity centers?
this in a second.
This is it, guys. This is the moment.
Right.
If you don't know anything about Neptune, which to be fair, I doubt anyone watching knows nothing about Neptune, but if you don't know anything about Neptune, this is the thing to know about, because this is fascinating.
Type that command in, and that will activate a user interface feature that was supposed to be in Neptune, but it wasn't actually complete at the time of the compilation of this build. But by running that command, you get the files for it, and you can get a sense of what it was meant to be about. Now, you might not think this looks very interesting, but if I show you this, okay. Now, as far as we are aware, this is the way that this functionality was supposed to be delivered. Now, it's called activity centers. Now, you'll notice at the top here it's got Windows codename Millennium, and that's because the activity centers are also found in early builds of Windows Millennium Edition. And it looks like it was just carried over from there at this point.
Sky, that thought has already crossed my head, and I'm deliberately not. I'm not going to mention it until I make this full screen. Then I'm going to mention that all over again.
Now, Activity Centers is an experimental user interface, and it was something that Microsoft, I guess, thought of for Neptune, because obviously this was meant to be the first version of NT that was going to be marketed at consumers, and these sorts of things, these task-centered operations for consumers would be a really useful thing. Now, for example, if I click on email, I want to read and send messages, it'll launch Outlook Express for me. Perhaps unfortunately, but it does. If I click...
Why am I being sassy about Outlook Express? I used to use Outlook Express, so am I just trying to be cool or something? I don't know. By the way, can we just have a moment to appreciate, please, the code name for Windows Me, which was Windows Millennium, which, I mean, let's be honest, that is a much cooler name, isn't it? But I can understand why they added addition to it in order to make a pun on the word me. Like, yeah, that makes sense as well. But Windows Millennium, I mean, that is a cool name.
Search the web, etc., it'll launch IE for me. Again, perhaps unfortunately. If I click Documents, it'll take me to WordPad. Now, I find that one a bit peculiar. I would imagine that I'd just gone to my Documents folder, but that takes you to WordPad.
Solar Strike says, why do I have the feeling had this interface actually happened, there would be a big blowback from users? Well, I don't know. That's interesting, because you know what? I actually don't think there would have been, because I think at this point it was still too I think it was still early enough in like that whole time scale of computers becoming really popular. I think this was still early enough that they probably could have got away with it, because not everyone had a PC by any stretch of the imagination. Whereas when they tried to do a similar thing again with Windows 8, obviously over a decade later, then I mean, like, everyone had a PC, right? So everyone knew what to expect from a PC. They knew how it worked. So I don't know. I kind of think they could have got away with it if they'd done it this early. That's what I like to think anyway. Because I just imagine how much different Windows might be now if this had become the dominant way of using it. I mean, for everyday users anyway. It's fascinating.
And music, photos, and games, they don't take you anywhere. And that's because, as I say, this feature, the activity centers, aren't complete in this build of Neptune, and we don't know whether they were ever completed actually. But what was meant to happen at this point is it would take you to a program, in this case Media Center, which has not been created by this build. Now the programs were not really programs. They were HTML pages, web pages, that were meant to act like they were programs. And I'll explain that more in a minute. So that's the same for photos as well. Photo Center and
Sky, to be fair, that is a good point. Bob failed, but I mean, Bob was something else, wasn't it? That was something else.
Games, Game Center. Help and support will take you to help and support. And just a lot of things here that you can identify as being an XP, like the recent programs list, which is in the XP start menu here. So that's something that ended up in XP. And things like the Game Center wasn't in XP, but if you think of the Game Center in Vista and Windows 7.
Oh yeah, the Game Center as well. Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah. So recent programs that went into XP start menu. The Game Center that came in Vista. What else? The whole start page thing that came in Windows 8.
I would imagine that this would have been remarkably similar. So it's really interesting that a lot of these things seem to tie in with later additions to Windows. Now, this is the customization settings. Now you've got different themes. I changed mine. This is the default theme, which as you can see ties in with the Explorer web elements quite nicely.
I'm trying a lot to ignore the dog here. The dog is kind of distracting. I do apologise for my past self's behaviour.
And you get the option to add different things to your starting places or remove some of them if you want to. You can turn off the recent programs section. You can add things or delete them here as you wish. Okay, and that functionality.
Oh, pinning as well. I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Guys, I cannot take it all in. There's just so many features in Neptune that ended up everywhere else afterwards. Why and how? I just have so many questions. Yeah, pinning as well. Okay.
Works, and if you double click these icons you'll get to the program, so that functionality works as well. Now it's not made apparent how activity centers were supposed to be integrated into the user interface.
I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of, what's the word? I'm impressed with myself that I managed to carry on narrating this and maintain my exposure, because as you can see, like if I try doing that now, I would just laugh. So I don't know how I did that, but I'm very proud of myself. Just pretending like the dog's not there. It's not there. It's not howling or getting closer in the background. Definitely not.
But it has been assumed that they were supposed to be displayed as an active desktop element, as I've done here, and possibly to fill the entire desktop, so I don't even have my icons. But as I say, it's not sure because it wasn't completed. Now, as I say, the music, photo and game programs haven't been completed, but we do have the HTML pages which would have run inside that pseudo program, shall we say. So if I click on home, for example, you can see just a little bit of what the music center was supposed to look like. Now it'll open an Opera on here because it's a HTML page, and you can see the sort of options that you get. Now this sort of functionality came in Windows Media Player later on, so that's really interesting. And I'll show you the Game Center as well.
Where is the game? Oh, here it is.
Okay, so this is the game center, and obviously the games are meant to be displayed on this side, but that's not working. And again, this is just remarkably similar to the game center in Vista and 7. I just find it fascinating. Now the photo center, it doesn't actually work when I launch it, and I'm not going to click it for that reason. Actually, I haven't tried it in Opera, so it might work this time. But it crashed, i.e. Ah, here we go.
The dog's here. It's here. I heard the paws on the floor. It's here.
So this is the photo center. Right, I've come back to the desktop now. Now I've turned...
That's probably why there's an edit there. I must have edited something out there, surely. Oh dear.
off the desktop icons, and I've maximized the active desktop window.
Okay, Sky, are you ready? Now, what does this remind you of? It's Windows 8. This is Windows 8. Just a decade before. This is it. This is the start screen.
Showing the Activity Center homepage, just to give you an idea, really, of what maybe this was supposed to look like in the user interface. Now, I'd imagine that on your first boot up, this would be on your desktop, and you'd have no icons. Because as you can see, the default desktop icons are all here. We've got My Computer, My Documents, Recycle, and our Network Places. So I'll imagine that that's where you'd find them. And again, IE, Outlook Express, etc. would be there. And they're also down in the Quick Launch by default. So, and again, I say we don't know, but I'd imagine that this is how this was meant to work. And it's just a really nice consumer-orientated way of introducing different features of the operating system, which is, you know, quite a nice thing to do, I think. Right, so in the next part of the video, I'm going to show you some screenshots of the activity centers working, which have been forwarded to me by a YouTube user, really kindly, called Mr. Ken Hanna on YouTube. I'll put a link to his channel in the description.
Ooh, is the link still there? To Ken's channel? I forgot he was on YouTube. Oh, okay. Should we see if Ken still has a working YouTube page channel? No. Okay, it was worth a try. Worth a try. What a shame.
Now, Ken has been working on, for a long time, actually trying to restore the functionality of the activity centers in
Sky. Yes, it was just a text box, the arrow. It was an animated text box. No expense spared here with the visual effects.
Neptune. And like I say, he spent many years doing that, and he's actually come up with, as far as I'm aware, quite a well-functioning sort of reconstruction, shall we say, of the activity centers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a slideshow of what I think are some of the most interesting screenshots that Ken has, as I say, kindly sent to me, for you to just have a look at and get an idea of how the activity centers were supposed to look and feel, really, if Neptune did ever come to fruition.
Just before we watch this last part of the video, I feel that for those that don't know, you'll appreciate this. If you go on Twitter and follow at The Book Starts Now. No, The Book Starts Now. What? The Book Start... The book is closed. I'm just inventing Twitter handles. That's not the handle. At The Book is Closed. Albacore on Twitter, or Lucas. Lucas has more recently done a very good reconstruction of the activity centers. If you search his tweets for activity centers or Neptune, you will see them. The book starts now. Oh my gosh. I've had 4 cups of tea as well, and that still happened. Yes, so go check out Lucas's Twitter feed. And it's not just Neptune, he does a lot of stuff. He finds a lot of stuff in lots of builds. So go check him out. Like, why am I still laughing at it? Why am I laughing at myself? I mean, this is the more important question. I mean, come on. Narcissistic much? I'm definitely here for this millennial Windows aesthetic. I love this. So in case you weren't in the stream earlier, this footage that you're watching now, this is footage that came from Ken, and these are the activity centers as he reconstructed them. So he sent me footage, but not the files, which is understandable. So So remember, this was all consumer oriented on purpose. So it's meant to be simple for basically anyone to understand and be able to use, even if they had not used a computer before. So I mean, having to refresh that pane after saving a new picture, that's not consumer friendly, is it? Can you imagine someone doing that back in the day and then, where's my picture? There'd be like, how would they be able to get to it? They'd have to exit the whole thing and start again, wouldn't they? I'm sure they would have fixed that, right? I have no idea why it stopped there, but okay. What on earth? Was it always this bad quality?
Showing Microsoft Neptune. I've placed a lot of emphasis on the activity centers because I think that's one of the most interesting and fascinating things really about the Neptune project, and the fact that you can find references to the activity center ideas in a lot of post-Neptune Windows systems. As I say, the Game Center in Vista and 7, I would imagine, is very similar to this one, would have been. And things like the Music Center, you've got Windows Media Player, you've also got Windows Media Center, for example. I just find it really interesting that, the recent programs list as well on XP and Vista and 7, it's just really interesting to see how much of this could have actually begun with Neptune. without us really realizing. And it's a shame actually that we don't have a build of Neptune where the activity centers are completed. I mean, we don't even know if they were completed. The project may well have been abandoned before that ever came to fruition. But as I say, it's really interesting anyway. And other things like the welcome screen, the firewall, which were all found in XP and later versions of Windows. So again, it's just really interesting. So just to wrap up really quickly, some other things we do know. There was at least one other build of Neptune compiled, and that was build 5022. And the reason we know that is because there are files in some of the early Millennium Edition builds which are borrowed from that build of Neptune, so we know that one existed. Now it's rumoured that another build also existed called build 5000, but there's no proof of that as far as I'm aware, so take that with a pinch of salt, I think. Yeah, so really a lot of the Neptune work underpins the development of XP, and as I said in the introductory video, the team that worked on Neptune were combined with another team working on the then planned business version of NT. They were combined together to work on the Whistler project, so the people that were working on Neptune did actually have the input in XP, and I would imagine that's where a lot of the similarities come from. Yeah, so in the next video I'm going to be looking at the earliest Whistler build that we know of, and that's build 2202, which as I say is from February 2000. Otherwise, thanks for watching the video, hope you found it as interesting as I did, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, there we go. And that must be the longest video on the channel. That's not a live stream. It must be. So yeah, thank you, by the way, Angel, for the super chat. And yes, we will have a look at the recycle bin video on Neptune as a little thank you for your donation. So where is this actually? It's not too far in the future, is it? It kind of relates to Neptune, so it actually kind of makes sense. So my plan was to do a video where we had a look at what software you could run in Neptune and how good it would be at being an everyday OS. I won't spoil it too much for you, but as you can see, this is in the Recycle Bin series, so you can probably guess how successful this was. So yeah, this was meant to be an episode. It never actually got finished because it was very obvious that it was not going to work.
The aim of this video is to basically have a little look at what sort of software you can get to run on Windows Neptune these days. I wouldn't recommend doing this, but I know that various people are interested in the possibility of using a pre-release Windows operating system as a main operating system. The immediate concern there is lack of protection.
Let's just check actually. So the Neptune video was from 2012. So I believe this footage is from very close to whenever I recorded that Neptune footage. It looks like I'm using the same virtual machine, so that means that when I uploaded this video it would have been about 4 years later. And yeah, obviously by this point we've got the new intro, I've added background music which wouldn't have been there originally, so yeah.
From things like viruses, etc. Obviously there are no Windows updates for Neptune because it was never released. What I've decided to do for this video is I've actually loaded a disk that I use for Windows 2000, which I still run on my machine, dual boot with Windows 8.1 at the moment. And this is basically a selection of software which is either the latest version that will run on Windows 2000, or it contains software that is in some way hacked so that it will work on Windows 2000. So this is the selection of software I usually install when I install Windows 2000, which these days is rarely, because I have it up and running pretty well. I don't need to reinstall it. So I thought it would be interesting to find out whether any of these things will work on Neptune, because the version number of Neptune is actually higher than Windows 2000's version number. 2000 is NT5 and Neptune is NT5.5. Interesting thing that comes along with that versioning is that also if you get yourself a Neptune install CD and put it...
Oh, are you ready for the fun fact again about the XP Neptune upgrade? Here we go.
Windows XP machine, it will ask you if you want to upgrade, because obviously XP is only NT 5.1. So let's see if any of this stuff will install. I'm going to start with AVG, that's probably a good idea. Antivirus. While it's doing that, why don't we try something like Defraggler?
I've noticed the fans are back. I actually don't remember the fans in the Neptune video. Were they there? They were replaced with a dog, apparently.
Okay, Defraggler loads. Will it actually defrag? It would appear so. Excellent. So Defraggler works. Let's stop that. Right, let's try AVG 9. This is the latest version to work with Windows 2000. It's probably going to take a while actually. Oh.
Wait, what does this say? You're trying to install AVG on a Windows operating system that does not support all functions. Oh, that's interesting. So it must, yeah, it's obviously checking very specifically for what Windows version you're running. So even though this is newer than 2000, it knows it's not 2000.
No. How about Adobe Reader? No. Flash Player? Well, the IE version appears to have worked. Now I think I've actually upgraded this to IE6 on here, or IE5. I can't remember what the latest version is that works on Neptune. 5.5. Right, let me see if YouTube will work. No, thank you. This might be a little bit slow because I'm actually downloading something. Let me go and stop it. Hold on. There we go. Right, can I get a YouTube video to play? Don't see why not, actually.
Ooh, old YouTube.
Just stop it for a minute. Oh dear. Okay, pause. To be honest, I think this might be a consequence of the specs of the virtual machine as opposed to Neptune. I think I might come back to that. Right, what else can we try? Let's see if this works.
The fans are back. The fans are coming back.
This is a hacked install. Adobe Reader 10 doesn't install at Windows 2000 normally. I'm going to need to close that because it's slowing everything down. Well done, IE. I need to update the Windows installer service. Do I have that on here? No, I suppose it would be interesting to see if any of these Windows 2000 updates work. Let's try WinZip 14.5.
I definitely don't have a file that says WinZip 14.5 serial in this folder.
Yes, don't tell anyone, but I do have a serial.
Oh, there you go. Look, I was very honest, wasn't I? Very honest.
No, that doesn't work either. Specky must work. Nope. Not doing very well so far, are we? Skype.
So as you can see, I'm probably now at the, yeah, because it's almost finished. I'm obviously now at the point where I'm starting to realize that actually nothing works. You can't really do a video with just Diffragler working, can you, and nothing else?
How about DirectX 9? Try Nero as well. Is that he's still open at the bottom? Come on. Go away. It's taking a while. Let's have a look at the start screen. I believe some of these work because I've changed the shortcuts.
I like how this the music's just got really dramatic just at the right moment when everything's obviously going wrong.
Yeah, it's being a little bit slow now. Oh, I still love doing this.
In fact, this music's very dramatic, isn't it? Well, well, there we go. So yeah, you can see obviously why that episode plan didn't work out. Okay, so I'm gonna have a very short break for a couple of minutes to get some more refreshments for myself, but before I go, I'm just gonna leave a poll for you to decide what we can look at next. So I'm gonna give you a few options again. So let's see. So we could have a look at 95, the fake 95 build that I didn't realize was fake at the time, which was build 56, I think. And you won't see it here, but it's actually part of this video on 58S. I've just removed it from the title. I've tried to remove it from the video, but YouTube will not let me for some reason. So yeah, we could have a look at the fake 95 build. What else? We could have a look at maybe a Vista video. So let's do Vista development video, maybe. Or maybe Vista, the first build video, which is 3683. What else? Maybe let's do XP end of support as well. So let me know what you would like to look at next. And as soon as I found the right button, why do I always find it so difficult to find what button to press? Here we go. And yeah, I will be back with you in a couple of minutes. thank you for letting me know that I muted my mic. Thank you, everyone, for reminding me about that. Yeah, I will just say that again. So, firstly, welcome back. The fake 95 build is winning, and I was just saying that actually this is from about a year after the XP videos. The original XP videos, I uploaded maybe about 4 or 5 all in one day. Then I went back and did some other ones, I think after I probably realised that people were interested in the first ones. And then, yeah, about a year later, I came back and did Windows 95 after, I suppose, my first hiatus. But no more about that. So yeah, this was originally a combination of 2 builds in one video, which I think I mean I haven't done this since the 95 series. Let's see if I done it anywhere else here. No. So yeah, this, I guess this is the only video which has 2 builds in one. But yeah, the first build, I didn't know it at the time, was later found out to be fake. In my defense, I don't think anyone knew at the time that it was a fake build. So yeah, let's have a look at this. Now, you may in the future not be able to see the first part of this video because I have tried multiple times to actually remove it from YouTube, because obviously I don't want to put factually incorrect information on the channel. But every time I try and do this, I always get an error message saying that I can't trim out the video. So I have contacted YouTube. They have basically been no help at all. So for the moment it's there, but you may not see it in the future. So let's have a look. No audio. Oh no. I mean, really? Stream? Why? Let's try that again.
Okay, in this video we're going to be looking at Windows Chicago build 56. This is one of the earliest known builds of what was to become Windows 95. So
Is the audio working now? Yeah. Sorry about that. Look, I don't know. Technology hates me. That's why.
this is between Windows 3.1 and Windows 95. This build has a release date of August the 9th, 1993. Now you'll notice at the moment I'm not actually using Windows 95, this is Windows 3.1.
Overgreen says the audio works now, but I don't know if that's a good thing. I mean, yeah, I don't know how I managed to have this audio so clipped. Like, how is it that bad? I don't know. It sounds like maybe it's a new microphone and I've just not checked the levels properly. I don't know.
The reason that I'm doing that is because you can only install this build from within Windows 3.1.
Oh no, we're not going to have 2 mouse cursors the whole way through, are we? So we've gone from having no cursor to 2 at once. Okay.
To my knowledge. So that is what I'm going to do now. I'm not sure why I pressed Control Panel. File Manager.
Yeah, so we're in 3.1 at the moment, aren't we?
3.1 properly. There you go. And I assume you look for Setup. Okay. Okay. Never mind.
I'm just going to check actually when this setup process is running. Little, like, if we know anything else about this build, like who came up with it, who faked it. I'm guessing not, but I'll have a quick look.
I will upgrade. No, I'll do a new install actually. Right. So while it's doing that, I'll just skip that. I'll just give you a bit of background on Chicago. Basically,
Sky, yeah, this is probably Virtual PC 2007. Yes. Okay, I'm just going to show you this quickly because it's kind of interesting. Go to BetaWiki. And I'll just show you this. So it does have a page on build 56. So Windows 95 build 56 is a fake build of Windows 95, originally uploaded to Beta Archive. Again, this is back in the Beta Archive glory days by Maxsoft. It was removed from the FTP server in June 2012. So when's this video from? March 2013. Oh, okay. I obviously did not know about that. Where did I get it from then? Oh, I have no idea. These builds were said to be made with files from various other builds. Okay. So yeah. That's build 56.
Whether this was the only reason or not, Chicago's primary aim from Microsoft was basically to combat IBM's OS2, which came out when Windows 3.1 came out. So what Microsoft were trying to do was basically make Windows 3.1 but better. Because
Ooh, Windows 8 window border, Windows 8 desktop background. Nice cameo.
they needed something to compete with IBM's OS2. Now OS2 supported 32-bit applications, so Microsoft was conscious that that was something they needed to incorporate in the next version of Windows. And they also realised that they needed something that consumers could run on the hardware that they already had, so relatively low-end hardware. Now,
the mic clipping is so bad. Sky says it can't be VPC 2000. I think it is Virtual PC. I think because I don't think it supported Windows 8, did it? But I'm sure you could download like a work or an installer that had been hacked to like be able to install it on 8. I'm sure.
Windows NT, which by this point they'd already started developing as well, was designed for much higher spec hardware. So Microsoft knew that it wouldn't just be a case of giving consumers Windows NT. They needed an upgrade to Windows 3.1, basically. And also, Windows 95 was originally supposed to be completed by the end of 1993. So the final name was expected to be Windows 93 when they had decided to use the date as part of the name, but obviously that changed.
I'm just going to quickly check this because some people are conversing about whether Virtual PC can run on Windows 8, and I think it can with hacks. So I'm just going to check because I'm sure I've still got this file as well because I archive everything. So hold on, I've got a Windows 8 folder. Let's just have a quick look here. Virtual PC. Yeah. Microsoft Virtual PC 2007 patch for Windows 8. Yeah, so you can run it. You have to patch some files. So you have to replace vpc loader.exe in the virtual PC install folder, then you have to replace vmm.sys in system32 drivers folder, and then it runs. So yeah, I still have that. If anyone's interested, just let me know. Anyway, let's go back to the thing. So yeah, that is what I'm using here.
Now I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure whether setup has finished or whether this is mid-setup and something's not happening. So just bear with me a minute and I'll see what's going on. Well, apologies for that, and apologies for the really bad sound quality as well at the beginning of the video. Didn't realise that my microphone volume was so high. But here we are back in Windows Chicago build 56, and I'm hoping that when I press the close button, we will get no more error messages. I've had to switch to Virtual PC 2007 to get this to load.
There we go. Look, we've answered our own questions.
So I'm hoping that it's going to do something a bit more than it did last time, which was Virtual PC that came with Windows 7. No. Doesn't appear to be getting any further than it did last time. Let me try putting C-chart alt and deleting. Actually, I know what happens when...
Wait, hang on. So am I saying that I wasn't using Virtual PC before and now I've switched to it and it's still not working? That sounds like what I'm saying. Okay. Maybe it was VirtualBox then.
You do that because I've done it before. Oh, it's not doing it this time. Well, that's interesting. Ah, here we
Is this a genuine 95 dialogue box? It must be. It looks like you want to reboot. Oh dear.
go. Yeah. Well, at least I can show you this. If you press Ctrl Alt and Delete in build 56
Why am I saying CTRL? I don't know.
Chicago, this is the message that you get, and it's quite humorous. It looks like you want to reboot. Select Cancel to cancel and return to Windows. Select OK to shut down and reboot the system gracefully.
Oh yes, gracefully. Yes.
So, there you go. Don't really know what else to do.
I'm guessing this is probably why this video has 2 builds in it, because I'm guessing I don't get anywhere with this one, do I?
I'll try rebooting it once more. We'll see what happens. Okay, well, to cut a fairly short story, even shorter, I couldn't get build 56 to work, so I'm going to attempt to get build 58 to work. And I will start by putting the disk into the virtual drive. So, bear with me a second.
Ooh, my old... Oh, let's see this. My old PC setup. Let's have a look. Windows 7, Windows 2000. Yeah, because Windows 2000 ran on this old quad-core that I had. So I had them dual booted. Windows 7, Windows 7? This is Windows 8, though. Okay, Windows 8, Windows 2000, backup, external. Okay, fair enough. Oh wait, is it, Dominic, is it Windows 7 with Windows 8 theme? Maybe it is.
Here we go, let's try 58.
Oh, okay, so obviously by this point I'd installed Windows 8, got really frustrated and fed up with it and gone back to 7 but kept the new look. That's what I've done.
Now, I believe these builds are virtually identical. So there shouldn't really be any difference, or much difference.
Hang on, if I'm now saying these builds are virtually identical, why was I looking at both anyway? Who knows? Maybe I wasn't even planning to look at build 58.
In anything about these two builds. In fact, the setup already looks identical. Now, according to the Wikipedia page, build 56 and 58 both have the same compilation date. So I find that a bit peculiar. Does that mean they are the same build, or that the two builds were just made very close together? It's interesting. I'm not quite sure. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention earlier when I was talking about the Microsoft sort of reasons behind making Windows 95. Initially, they didn't actually want to make any changes to the user interface, so it would have essentially looked like Windows 3.1. And the only thing that they wanted to do really was to just make it easier for consumers to use. So they wanted to make the setup process easier and that sort of thing. But as we well know, there was quite a large user interface change with Windows 95 from 3.1, the start menu for example. And I'd hope to show you in build 56 there was a start menu prototype which did look quite different to the start menu that was eventually in Windows 95. It actually had 3 buttons, it was 3 menus.
Johnny, to clarify what you're saying about the new intro and branding and stuff, yeah, that was about 2014, I think, wasn't it? And I think it was about 2014. And yeah, there were some prototype. I think they're still on the channel. You know, there's a couple of prototype intro videos that I think are still up on the channel that use a different audio, and also the visuals are not really animated. They're just like stills that fade together to give the idea of the actual intro that we wanted, and then SpriteClad took that and then made it into the final intro and changed the sound, which To be honest, at the time, I was kind of sad about because I did like the sound that I'd chosen originally, but I think the sound that SpriteCloud chose also works probably better, actually. So it was a good decision, I think.
But as I say, that didn't work. And this one's not looking too promising now either. Right, I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to try and sort this out. Okay, here we go. We've got further this time. Right, there we go. So, this is Windows Chicago, build 58. And I've just realised, further to what I said earlier about the release dates, if you look at the boot screens, the boot screen for build 56 gives the date July 1993. The boot screen for this build, build 58, gives August 1993, so that would suggest that they do actually have different release dates, which makes more sense. So, providing that you can get this far, this is what you see when you boot up. I'm not sure why that error message, that information message just disappeared, but there you go. Okay, right.
That was a really obvious edit because the fans had calmed down a bit.
Now, I've said this in at least one of my previous videos. If you are interested in installing these old pre-release versions for Windows, as far as I'm aware, it is completely illegal to do so, and it's also legal to share the serial numbers / product keys / whatever, because technically, I believe, as I say, that these are abandonware. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Right, okay. I don't want to install a printer. So essentially, behind all the
Why was it asking to install a printer? That's bizarre.
this is what you see when you boot up build 58 of Windows Chicago. So this is
Yeah, Orbitron, this is a good question. Because obviously the words legal and illegal sound really similar. I was trying to speak like ultra clearly, but in the process of doing it, I think I made it less clear what I actually was trying to say. So that makes no sense, does it? So yeah, I was really trying to emphasize the L in legal. It's completely illegal, but by emphasizing the L, it actually makes it sound like you're saying illegal. So I could have just said it normally, and it probably would have been less confusing. But there we go. Oh dear.
Windows 95 as it looked at around about August 1993. So about 2 years before it was actually released. There is no My Computer icon. That's the first thing I noticed. Now, I have used this before, but that was a very long time ago and I can't remember much about it, to be honest, so I'm just as clueless as maybe you are at the moment.
Well, I don't remember ever using this before this video, so I have completely forgotten that. But
let's try changing the background. That looks awful. Okay, it looks a lot better there. Interesting. And I think this wallpaper is in Windows 3.1, if I remember correctly. Wow, flying windows. Now can I make the resolution higher? Let's try making the colour higher first. No. Oh, this is interesting. So, aside from the actual resolution by numbers, you actually get a little slider as well. Let's see if it does anything. No, I can't change it. Never mind, let's try changing this. Super VGA. No, never mind then. And display scaling, okay. Now these things, I'm not sure why these are here. Well, I guess this is the taskbar.
okay, with the benefit of hindsight, I can clarify this because now I know exactly what's going. Well, I know much better what's going on here. These are called plates, or they were called plates, and this was the original idea for how minimized programs were going to be shown in Windows 95. So the taskbar as we know it now doesn't exist at this point, which is why it doesn't quite look like the taskbar. I don't know what it was called. I don't think they were using the name taskbar though, but at the moment it's more like an actual folder. So for example, you could drop, let's say, a file into this taskbar, which is not the taskbar, and you could kind of use it as like a storage area. So if you wanted to like move it from one folder to another, you could drag it out of one folder into this storage area, go to your other folder and then drag it back out again. Or you could literally store files in there. So that was the idea with that. And then minimize programs, they would minimize into what they called plates, which are these things that just float around your desktop. However, it was soon discovered that in usability tests, users did not understand this very well, obviously, because it's kind of confusing, isn't it? Let's be honest. So yeah, that's why they changed that.
Well, there isn't. There is a taskbar, but it's not the taskbar that we're used to. So these must be acting like they do in earlier versions of Windows, whereby you minimize something and you get a little button at the bottom. So, no. Can I maximize this? Here we go, restore. Okay, no. Dr. Watson. Okay, so those are obviously minimized programs, I think. Right, I just right-clicked on this. What does this mean? I've got no...
I mean, what was that? Hang on. What was that menu? That makes no sense. What is this? These look like they're the running apps, including the desktop, and that would mean that this bottom bar is at the moment called system controls. That would make sense, I suppose. I don't know, it's just a bit weird, isn't it?
Just right-clicked on this. What does this mean? I've got no...
So that looks like it switched focus to the desktop when I clicked desktop.
What I'm doing. Windows 95, also the first version of Windows to have right-click functionality. You can see that working here. In 3.1 there is no right-click. It's just a single click, there is no distinction. Interesting that the recycle bin is called recycle.bin. And we have a programs folder here as well. If you look at the Explorer buttons, you can see that they're still 3.1 in style, although the little symbols are slightly different. That is the traditional maximize, minimize symbols. Right, I think we may have a crash. I will just restart it and carry on from where I left off. Well, a couple of things I've discovered about these early builds of Windows 95 so far is that number one, they're very buggy, in my experience. Number two, if I double click that programs folder there, it just crashes and I can't do anything, because I've literally spent the last 10 minutes trying to get it to boot back up again, and it seems to be completely random whether it does or not. So
I think another thing I remember, I think I read this somewhere, this programs folder on the desktop, this was the original idea for what became the programs menu in the start menu. I think at the time it was thought that by putting the programs folder on the desktop, that would be easier because it would be more obvious how to get to, more obvious for users how to actually get to their programs. But again, I think this confused people. I might be remembering that wrong, but obviously something was off about it because they changed it.
So I'm not going to press that because it just crashes, and I'm a bit worried about pressing anything else now. So let's start with the taskbar. So you can actually move the taskbar around. You can clip it to different edges of the screen. You can also let it float if you like, and the heading there is system controls. So if you want to, you can just leave it floating around, which I find interesting. You can resize it as well. But basically, when you boot up, that is the Windows start menu and taskbar pretty much that in some form, apart from the start menu, is still there today.
Apart from the start menu and the taskbar, which is not like that today at all. But okay, well, we know what you mean, Major Sky.
So let's press this button with Windows logo on. That's what's in here. Right, so this is basically the seeds of the traditional start menu. Run, task list, which I'm assuming will be task manager, arrange icons, arrange windows, shut down. Start with run. So this is the run box. So I don't really know what to type in here. I don't know what programs existed at this point in Windows development. Obviously not WinVer then. Task list.
Oh, Major Scar, you have to put the file extension on at this point, otherwise it's not going to open it, is it?
So I'm assuming this is the task manager. Yeah, it looks like it is.
Here are the programs that we should have been able to have seen earlier in the programs folder.
Access to the program manager. So I assume this is the program manager from Windows 3.1, which I believe is still in this build. Clock. There we go. Oh, don't be always on top, it's annoying. Settings, what are the settings? Oh, analog. No title? Well, why not? Close. Okay, that's pretty similar to as it is today. I don't want to press shutdown in case it just shuts down.
Another thing I've since learned about this logo button, which doesn't really have a name, is some developers at the time thought that just by having the logo there by itself without any text was enough. Like they thought the logo stood, to quote them, stood for itself. Like users would know what the logo button did because it has the like they'd know it was the start button because it's got the logo on. But again, I think in usability testing, people found it really difficult to know what to click. The whole thing of having 3 buttons just really confused people. So, I mean, to give you a simple example, imagine you wanted to find help on how to print. Would you click the middle button, which is the one that has the eye with the magnifying glass, maybe standing for searching or finding something, finding help? Or would you click the third button, which has a question mark and an information sign? People were really confused about this, so that's partly why it was simplified into one menu.
Try it later when I'm finished. Yeah, these options still exist, I think, don't they, as well? So this one.
And then Sky makes a good point. Obviously, eventually later, by the time Vista came out, they did get rid of the word start from the menu. And obviously by then, people were so accustomed to Windows, like it was so popular, and people had been used to using the start menu for so long, that obviously by then they had deemed that it was, they were able to remove the word start and have people not be confused. But obviously at this point, when it was brand new, they found it didn't work. People really needed, the text there to know what to press.
Looks like it's a search menu. Find files. Okay. You type in nothing, you get nothing back. And there are no files in this build, obviously. That, I guess, is the recent programs menu. These, I'm not sure whether they might be there because they're open, or whether it's some sort of pinning function, which would be interesting if it was. But I don't really know. What was that? I got a menu then. Oh, right. Close. Right, if you click on the icon, you get a menu. Yeah, so they were there because they were open. So that was showing you what was minimized at the bottom. So that was your taskbar. And I'm still not quite sure what this part is for, this big white box. It looks like you can type something in it, but obviously you can't. Arrange icons. I'm determined to work out how that works.
Why did I not press new folder? Would that have been the most obvious thing to press in that context menu? And I didn't press it. That would have literally answered my own question. It's a folder where you can put stuff.
Maybe if I open something. It's funny. I said maybe if I open something, click on the start menu, expecting it to be just the start menu, and it's not there. And yeah. Okay, and I can't press that because it'll crash. Let's do it from in the task manager. Right, calculator. So why is it minimizing there? Well, that's a nice animation anyway. Close.
Is that a nice animation?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it... Maybe it's just not being used at the moment. Right, so this looks like a help button. Yeah, here we go. So help. Basic sort of help. Not much to say about it. Click the button. Does it have a name? Who knows?
Not at this point.
Quick tips? There are no quick tips. You're on your own. About Chicago. Alright, here we go. So, Microsoft Windows version 4. 4.00.58s. Let's try clicking recycle bin. Nope, that's a crash again. Right, I've booted back in now. And this box is still here, so you can actually have a read of it this time. So when you first start up Chicago in this build, this is the box that you get. Saying under construction, please remember that the user interface applets, whatever they are, and system software will continue to change through the products, whatever it said. So, right, I've established that I can't really get into any Explorer windows because it just crashes. So I'll try and show you some other things. So this is a properties dialog box, for example. Pretty similar to what they look like these days. I realised earlier, what happens if I press that?
Ooh, I do press it. Oh, well done myself.
Ah. You can make a folder in there. And why did I just double click it? It's just ridiculous. Right, I'm going to restart again. But anyway, we established that you can make folders in that taskbar thing, whatever it is, for whatever reason, I'm not sure. By the way, if you've installed this build of Chicago in a virtual machine, let me know if you've had the same sort of problems with it as I have, because I'm having really major issues with bugginess.
I don't remember this. I don't remember how buggy this was. What did I call this? Start me up? I've changed that. No, I've changed that since. This was called something else to start with. It definitely was. I wouldn't have called it Start Me Up.
Now I've just gone back into here to see whether there was a way to change the colour of the windows, but there doesn't appear to be.
Wait, what happened to the audio?
By the way, if you've installed this build of Chicago in a virtual machine, let me know if you've had the same sort of problems with it as I have.
What? Why? Is it just me or is the audio messed up?
I mean, really major issues with bugginess. Now I've just gone back into here to see whether there was a way to change the colour of the windows, but there doesn't appear to be. Now in Windows 3.1 you can change.
Why does it sound bad? What's going on here?
The colour of the windows, but there doesn't appear to be. Now in Windows 3.1 you.
Okay, I don't know whose fault that was. I mean, that was a WhatsApp notification. Did WhatsApp really just manage to make this video's audio not play correctly? Somehow. What on earth?
Installed this build of Chicago in a virtual machine.
Oh no.
Let me know if you've had
oh no
sort of with it as I have, because I'm having really.
Oh, thanks Orbitron. The video tagline used to be "Why would you want help?" Okay.
But anyway, we established that you can.
Okay, for some reason the audio is completely broken. Okay, right. Let's just we'll have a little break for a moment. Yes. Alo says close and open, reopen Safari. Yes, let's give this a go as the next step. If I'm going to close WhatsApp because that's annoying anyway, I don't need that open. Right, let's just see. If that's helped. Oh, Orbitron says there was also a video on build 73 and 78. Oh, did I miss that one? Right, has that fixed the audio problem? Yes, I think so. Okay, Jess, let me know in chat if the audio is working again for you. Hopefully. Perfect. Thank you, Pancake Sparkle. Oh, the audio is not working. Okay, wait, let's try again. I think I just paused it and unpaused it earlier and it fixed itself. Has that helped? What else could it be? Let's just try resetting that again. Okay, third time lucky. No? Why would that be? Okay, we're going to have a little break while I try and work this out because we can't finish there because we didn't even get to the end of the video. Let's just see. It could just be something, some settings being triggered somewhere. Let's have a look. Right, so that should be... Yeah, that's right. That should be on that. Okay. Right, let's try this again. Let me know if you hear audio at any point. I'm just going to be playing it to see if it works here. Anything? Okay, OBS is showing that there's no audio output capture. Why is that? Let's put that on default. Okay, I'm going to very quickly, I think, stop streaming and then restart really quickly, because if you do it quickly enough, it doesn't end the stream. I'm just going to try really quickly, closing OBS and reopening it. Let's see if that works. Wish me luck. I should be back very shortly. Right, let's see if that has helped. So I'll put that back on that original setting.
I'm not sure. By the way, if you...
Okay, I think that helped because now it's showing that there's audio output. So hopefully that's helped.
This build of Chicago in a virtual machine.
Perfect, there we go. It was an OBS problem. No idea what caused it.
If you've had the same sort of problems with it as I have, because I mean...
Sorry about that. I was getting really worried then because we would have literally... I mean, if I'd had to restart the machine, I would have had to have ended the stream because YouTube wouldn't have let me spend so long not streaming and let me carry on. So that's good.
Really major issues with bugginess. Now I've just gone back into here to see whether there was a way to change the colour of the windows, but there doesn't appear to be. Now in Windows 3.1 you can change the colour of the windows. By that I mean the theme. Like you could change this grey to a different colour if you wanted to, but there doesn't appear to be one in this. So let's have a look at some of these. Well, that is a...
Thanks Orbitron for for letting me know that I'm also in the wrong scene. You want screen and webcam. There we go.
That is awful. Mind you, they're all pretty bad, all these early wallpapers. I mean, look at that. A castle, just a wall. It's oh, look at this, Chicago. Let's have a look at that. Lovely. Very nice. Let's try the clock. You can't right click on the clock. Double clicking doesn't appear to do anything. So basically I think that's about it really. So this is Chicago build 58, and I will try one more thing before I go. I'm going to try putting .exe on the end of that. No.
Oh, that was worth a try. I'm proud of myself.
Never mind. So anyway, this is one of the earlier builds. It's not the earliest. The earliest build that's leaked is build 56, but again I don't know whether that is the earliest build that was made. But there we go. In my next video I'll be looking at build 73 hopefully, and that has a build date of 2nd of December 1993, so that's what, about 4 months after this one. Okay, so hopefully we'll see what progress has been made by that point. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the video to some degree, despite all the problems, despite the audio issues, etc. And hopefully
I mean, you couldn't make that up, could you? Literally, 2013 Major Sky has just apologised for our audio problems. Brilliant.
the next video will go a lot more smoothly. So I'll see you then.
Yes, let's hope that the next video goes a lot more smoothly. Right, so, yeah, let's just end this one.
Help? Why would you want help? It doesn't work anyway.
Right, well, there we go. So, that was Windows 95 build 58S. Right, now let's go back to our list. So what should we have a look at next? Oh yeah, I closed Safari, didn't I? So now it's going to have to reload the whole page. Helpful. Okay, let's go back to where we were. So maybe now let's have a look at a Longhorn video. But I'll give you some options. Right, so it was about here. So I'll give you some options here. So we could have a look at the OS First Timer competition entry, actually. That could be interesting. So there's that. We could have a look at a Windows Vista video. So I think maybe 3683. Although Sky makes a good point, actually. We might have a problem with copyright audio there because I showed some promo clips. Maybe that. What else? Windows fundamentals for legacy PCs. I actually don't mind this video considering it's quite an early one. But I have watched it recently, so I don't think we should look at that because I've actually seen it very recently. Maybe Vista 4074, because actually that video was the first one, I think, with the new intro. Sure it is. So there we go. I have some options. Oh, sorry, Orbitron. Yes, I did promote a certain Michael Jackson album in that video. I was very excited about it at the time. Right. Well, I'm going to say 30 seconds for the vote. I mean, to be fair, we may as well look at the OS First Timer competition entry if it wins anyway, and then maybe look at the set, whatever is in second place, as the next video. That's probably a good plan. Hello to 234. Thank you for joining. And White Bear, thank you for joining and asking how we are. I'm good. How are you? I mean, I'm good apart from the technical problems that we've obviously had, because we always do when we're streaming. Yeah, so I think OS First Timer and then Vista 4074. So, I mean, personally, I would deem the 4074 videos as the start of the modern Windows on Windows channel. That was when I think I first used, yeah, when I first used the new intro and stuff. So yeah, so let's do that. Okay, right. So we'll have a look at the OS First Timer competition entry. I mean, this is only a short video, which, funnily enough, was an entry for a competition that OS First Timer were doing, which was called "Send in your clips." I can't remember, like, what was there even a brief? I think it was just send in a random clip about something to do with technology that you liked. So you'll get to see what I chose. Okay, let's end that poll. So let's have a look at this.
Hi Diana and Phil, this is MageSky17, creator of the Windows on Windows video series on YouTube, which aims to explore the development of the world's most widely used operating system, Microsoft Windows. In this video, I'd like to talk to you briefly about an unreleased version of Windows called Microsoft Codename Neptune. Neptune was designed in the late 1990s as the successor to the Windows 9X series. It was based on Windows NT, a far more secure codebase than that of Windows 9X, but the key difference between Neptune and previous versions of Windows NT was that it was targeted at normal PC users like me and you, rather than businesses. Neptune is fascinating, not least because the team that worked on it eventually ended up working on probably the most popular version of Windows NT, Windows XP. Many of the features Neptune has can be found functioning today in many modern versions of Windows, from XP all the way to 8.1. Some of these features are a welcome screen on boot up, user account pictures, parental controls, an integrated Windows firewall, and a fast boot up option. However, perhaps the most interesting Neptune feature is the Activity Centers, a user interface with the aim of making Windows more accessible for new PC users, and introducing many features which were later reused as part of other Windows versions such as Windows Media Center, a Game Explorer, a recent programs list, and a full-screen UI that replaced the traditional desktop. Neptune is certainly a fascinating operating system, and for more information on Neptune I encourage you to check out the development of Windows XP video series on my YouTube channel. Once again, this is MageSky17, thank you for listening.
Now, I think there was a rule about, there was like a time limit, so that's why that had to be so fast. But there we go. Look, that was like a precursor to YouTube Shorts or the What Is series that I've done since. So yeah, that was my competition entry. So I talked about Neptune, obviously. Okay, so let's have a look at Vista 4074. I mean, this is a really popular build of Vista anyway, so this is probably a good one to look at. But yeah, you'll see from this point, we now have the branding that we still use. Even though I think the audio would probably still need some work. I don't remember, but I'm guessing it's not quite as polished audio-wise, but let's have a look.
Hey Windowers, and welcome to another episode of Windows on Windows, part of the series on the development of Windows Vista. In this episode, we'll be taking a look at Windows Codename Longhorn build 4074, a Milestone 7 alpha build from April 2004. This is probably the most famous Longhorn build and was compiled only 4 months before Longhorn development was completely aborted and started again from scratch. So, if you're ready to see new visual styles, new icons, and full working aeroglass transparency, as well as a lot more, let's start. So here we are in Longhorn build 4074, and in
Not too dissimilar, right? That's pretty close to the way it is now still. When was this from? 2014? Yeah, August 2014. There you go. So, I mean, that's still quite a long time ago, isn't it? But yeah, there we go. Why can I not play it?
the first part of this episode, we'll be taking a look at the new and changed features from previous builds. In the second part of this episode, we'll be taking a look at the aeroglass transparency and the desktop.
Orbitron says, oh, well, what you did say before you got rid of it, does it stay in, is it because it doesn't stay in the same place? The mouse stays in the same place. I feel like I have to see.
So here we are in
I mean, kind of, it's close, isn't it?
Longhorn build 4074, and in the first part of this episode, we'll be taking a look at the new and changed features from previous builds. In the second part of this episode, we'll be taking a look at the aeroglass transparency and the desktop composition engine. You can click this link now if you want to go straight to the second part of the video. Otherwise, let's log in.
So this was another first in that it was the first and only so far, I believe, two-part video where the build was split into two videos.
So when you first log in to build 4074, this is what you see. As you can see, we've still got the slate theme by default at this point. We do have a new desktop wallpaper. This wallpaper is known as Leaves. In this build of Longhorn, we do actually get a new theme, although it's not turned on by default. This is called Jade. So let's activate it now.
And I mean, this is a really famous build, development build of Windows. And this was one of the first ones I remember downloading and looking at, probably a long time before this video.
Incidentally, with the Jade theme, we got the Sego UI font. That's when that was introduced. The Jade theme, by the way, was also present by build 4066, so it's not actually introduced in this build of Longhorn, although it is there by this point. Let's have a look at the start menu. So, start menu now is different, and it looks a lot like the start menu that ended up in the final version of Windows Vista. So this is the Jade theme start menu. In the start menu, we have some new functionality for shutdown options. So we have this little drop down arrow here next to shutdown, and we can choose from the different options, a lot like the way you can in Vista. And we also have this checkbox to let the system recommend what it thinks the best turn off option is, and you can either turn that on or off yourself.
That's interesting. I've forgotten about that. So I'm guessing that will just record how many times you click each option and just show you the one that you click the most often? Or is it more complicated than that?
Also in this build, we have lots of new icons. So hopefully you've noticed the new recycle bin icon on the desktop, which looks like the Vista icon. We do have new icons for other programs as well, or other locations as well. So we have a new paint icon, for example, a new calculator icon, and a new notepad icon. Let's have a look at an Explorer window. So this is computer. Notice the Jade theme looks very, very similar to the Windows Vista basic theme, or the theme that you get if Aero is not compatible with your hardware, for example. Look at this new notification down here. I talked about this in the video for build 4051. This is the notification in action. Notice there's a little orange progress bar on the right hand side. This is a timeout progress bar, so when it gets to the bottom, the notification will automatically disappear. Notice that when I have my cursor on the notification, it doesn't go away. So that progress bar is now paused.
Camtasia. No, not Camtasia. Yeah, yes, Whitebear Cam Studio. I used Cam Studio. And it was really crash prone. It was really annoying. I don't know why I didn't find something else to use.
If I take the mouse away, you'll see it go down again. And there you go, that notification is now timed out. In the sidebar, you can get back to the notifications by clicking on these.
It's the Action Center. It's the precursor to the Action Center. It stores your notifications.
So you can kind of scroll through your previous notifications there. They all pop up at the bottom. So back to the Explorer window. Now there are lots of differences in the Explorer windows in this build. Firstly, you may have noticed that the task pane at the top now is a lot smaller than it was previously. It's a lot narrower.
Ooh, I forgot about this. When did I start putting these little picture-in-picture things on? I think it was before this video. But yeah, that's useful, isn't it? It's a quick way to compare with the previous build. Or one of the previous builds.
There are also by this point no legacy toolbar icons, and what I mean by that is at the top here there's no XP style toolbar anymore with the legacy icons in it, like search for example. That's now completely disappeared. Let's go into pictures. Notice how the task pane changes colour when you go to different shell locations. So pictures is purple, documents is blue. Now have a look at the quick links at the top here. They're a lot like the Vista and 7 quick links now. There are a lot fewer of them. If you think back to the video on build 4051, there were lots and lots of quick links that you could pick from, but now we have a much more conservative selection. If you click on an icon or on a file, you get some different quick links. So these are some of the ones you get for pictures. You can edit, for example. There you go.
Yes, Guy, that would make sense because it must be either, again, this video or around this time where I switched to Adobe Premiere Elements. And I can't remember why, but I'm guessing that's something to do with the new intro that SpriteCloud made. Like, maybe it didn't work properly in Movie Maker, or I don't know, maybe Sprite just suggested using a different video editor, because I mean, come on, Movie Maker.
Incidentally, this icon allows you to turn the quick links on and off, so if you turn them off, this becomes a sort of preview pane, and you can also resize it yourself like that. Personally, I find that a little bit redundant, because if you remember, if you hover on pictures, you get a nice big preview anyway. Now, have a look at the bottom left here, we have this new view slider. Now this view slider actually combines some legacy functionality with some newer functionality, and what I mean by that is that instead of whereas previously the view slider only controlled the size of the icons, this now also controls the view style of the icons. So if I click it, for example, I can then scroll through and I get details, for example, or list view. If I go back to computer, this is a little bit easier to show you, so let's just click through it now. So large icons, medium icons, list view. There's also tiles as well. That should activate the tiles option. Let's try opening it again. So there you go, if you drag it through, it shows you all the different styles.
Excuse me. This is definitely the phase of the channel where the music was very loud, isn't it? I don't know whether it's because I'm wearing earphones or not, but it seems quite loud. It's definitely quieter now.
Notice, for example, with tiles, it's not just one icon size anymore. It has like a little section of the slider, and it switches to tiles with small icons, and then if you keep dragging, they get a little bit bigger until eventually it changes to the next view style, which is quite nice. If you right click on the top window border in build 4074, you get some new toolbar resizing options, so you can turn on and off various elements of the toolbars and the Explorer windows here, like the favorites button, for example. You can also change the size, so if you want to, you can have your Explorer windows looking like this. So it's very, very customizable. Now, another new feature in this build is if we go to the Help and Support Center, we now have a new design, which is based on the colour green. It fits in very nicely with the new Leaves wallpaper. So here's the green design, and we also now have some actual help content as well. We can actually go through here and have a look at some content. There you go. Some of the pictures need to be done. Notice what happened then, by the way, when I maximised this Explorer window. If you didn't notice, have a look at this. I'll just restore it again. The colour changes. If you maximise an Explorer window, it becomes black rather than blue. And I'll talk about this a little bit more later on when I look at Aero as well, because it becomes a little bit more obvious why it does that when you have the DCE enabled. So I'll talk about that again later on. Now let's move on to the sidebar. So sidebar in this build, there are a lot more tiles now once again compared to build 4051, which only had maybe 4 or 5 I think it was. We've now got a lot more tiles to choose from. So here they are. That's just a few of them. An interesting feature of the sidebar in this build is that the clock is now locked to the bottom right hand corner, and you can no longer drag it or move it around like you could previously. It's now...
I actually really loved this UI as well, with the sidebar like this and the clock at the bottom of the sidebar. So it was kind of like similar to the previous functionality where it was in the taskbar, but also they kind of modernized it. And yeah, I don't know, I really like this. And it was quite customizable as well, I seem to remember. I'm probably going to show that in a second.
Duck down here. However, it does have some new functionality. So we now have this alarm functionality, for example. If you go into properties, and you can set yourself an alarm and choose what sound that you want to play, including Symphony No. 9 by Beethoven, which is quite nice. Nice touch. You can put your own message in there. We can also now choose some different ways of displaying the clock. So you can have this one with a calendar, for example, which I quite like. You can have it a little bit more like it was in XP, where it's just got the time. So that's what that looks like. I'm going to put it on the calendar one because I quite like that. Also, if you go to sidebar properties in this build, This is now a little bit different. So previously we had two tabs. One was called sidebar and taskbar, like this one, and one was called positions, where you could customize the positions of the sidebar and taskbar. But now that functionality has its own little section in this tab. So all of the customization options for the taskbar and sidebar are now in the same place, which is really nice.
It's a bit busy, isn't it, this dialog box? I feel like there's a few too many things going on all in the same tab. Maybe they should have separated it into sidebar and taskbar.
So let's just have a quick look at some of the other visual styles in this build and what they look like with the sidebar enabled and disabled. So at the moment I've got it set on the Jade theme, and what happens is if you have the sidebar enabled, then the sidebar and taskbar retain the slate theme, and it makes...
I mean, Sky, that is a good point. It would have worked better on lower resolutions. Yeah, that is a very good point, actually.
Difference what other theme you set. So just to show you, if I set it to XP Luna, for example, so here's the start menu, and it's got the Luna theme, as have the windows. But like I said, the sidebar and the taskbar retain the slate theme. However, if you turn the sidebar off from this option, what will happen is you'll get the traditional version of the taskbar back. So with the traditional clock, notification area, etc., like you have in XP. So I'll just show you Classic, for example. So this is what Windows Classic looks like in Longhorn build 4074.
Why is the start button that big? That's weird.
Let's have a look at Jade now, and by doing this we'll actually be able to see the Jade taskbar, which you can't really see when the sidebar is turned on. So this is the Jade taskbar and start menu. Let's put the sidebar back on. Notice how the properties box has changed now as well. Now, a few other random things in this build. This one I find quite interesting. If you go to properties for computer and you go to where you'd expect to find device manager, what's actually happened now is device manager has been replaced with this hardware and devices link, which takes you to the Windows 7 style hardware and devices box. So the device manager is actually no longer attached to the user interface. Now, just to finish off, there are various other very small differences in this build. First one is if you go to control panel, and this is also present in build 4051, you get this new task scheduler option, and it looks like this, and it gives you the option basically to create a task that you can schedule. So you have to give it a name, description, and you can choose what's going to happen. So it could be that you want to run a program, or you want to send an email, but these functions tell you that they're not implemented yet, so you can't actually use them. So that's that. Also, if you right click on the notification history tile, which is basically your taskbar notification tile, you've got this option go to rules and alerts. If you click it, you get to this dialog box, and from here you can create what I call rules for your notifications. So if I just click on this, which doesn't seem to be working now, it was earlier. So create a new rule. So you've got lots of options here. So for example, when receiving an alert from Classic Tray notification from, and I can't click on that now either. That's really odd. My things just suddenly stopped working. But basically you can get the system to perform an action depending on what sort of notification you've got. That's basically what this does. Yeah, this is quite buggy really. So you've got a few different options for this, and you can really customize how you want it to work. Now,
I mean, that's kind of, I mean, I know I've already talked about the Action Center, but that's kind of a precursor to Focus Assist, isn't it? Same sort of thing.
Last thing, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some screenshots of these features. One of them is when you install a driver that's not been signed for compatibility with this build, which is obviously every third-party driver at this point, you get a new driver install compatibility sort of warning box, and it kind of leads you to believe that the driver will not be able to be installed, although if you just cancel out of the box, the driver is installed anyway, but it's just a new warning that you get. Also, if an app crashes or becomes non-responsive, you get some new style unresponsive app and error reporting dialog boxes in this build as well. Otherwise, those are all the features I've managed to find in this build that have changed since the previous ones. If you've used this build yourself, if you're planning on doing so, by all means feel free to have a dig around, maybe in a bit more detail than I have. If you find any other features or interesting things that you'd like to share with us, let me know in the comments below, and I'll include anything relevant in annotations which I'll add to the video later on. Otherwise, That's the end of this part of the episode on Longhorn build 4074. If you enjoyed this episode of Windows on Windows, new episodes are arriving approximately every 2 weeks. You can subscribe to be sure you're notified when each new episode is available. Before you go, don't forget to check out part 2 of this episode, which shows the aero glass transparency and the desktop composition engine working in this build, and I will see you there.
Okay, right, let's have a look at part 2, because that would make sense. Here we go. And I think my thinking with splitting this up into 2 parts was, I think I was worried that it might have been a bit too much to have all together. It would have been quite a long video, so I thought I'd keep all the juicy aero stuff that everyone always loves and keep that all together by itself. So yeah, let's have a look at part 2 as well.
Hey Windowers, and welcome to another episode of Windows on Windows, part of the series on the development of Windows Vista. Today we're back looking at Windows codename Longhorn build 4074, a Milestone 7 alpha build from April 2004. In part 1 of this episode, we looked at the new and changed features in this build, and you can click this link now to check out this part of the episode if you haven't already. In this second part of the episode, we'll be taking a look at the aero glass transparency you can get in this build, as well as the desktop composition engine, or DCE, which would eventually become the desktop window manager in Vista. So, if you're ready to see full working aero glass transparency, cool window animations, and an operating system that could pass at a glance for the final version of Vista, let's start.
I was quite proud of that pun, by the way, let's start. I was very proud of that when I came up with that idea. Welcome back, Solar Strike. You're just in time for the second part of 4074. And then what is there after this, actually? Because now we're getting into the point where like the videos are kind of like they are now. So Windows 8 is after this, isn't it? No, Windows 98. That's what I meant. I don't know why I said Windows 8. That's not right. Windows 98.
So here we are back in Longhorn build 4074, and as I said, in this part of the episode we'll be taking a look at the aero glass transparency you can get in this build. So, out of the box, this build does not have the capability to give you aero glass or aero glass transparency. In order to get this feature, you have to modify system files yourself. Now, in this video, I'm not going to go into tremendous detail about how to modify the files. I'm just going to show you the results of the modifications. However, I will put a link in the description for a very helpful page at longhorn.ms, which explains in a lot of detail how you can get aero working in this build. So, first thing you need to do is reconstruct the aero theme files. Now, I've already done this, so what I'm going to do first is set aero as the theme.
Hey, the mouse pointer's back. That's good.
So this is what you get when you set aero as the theme. As you can see, it's not particularly interesting. What you also need to do is add a registry key. When you add this registry key and restart Explorer, you'll see you get a nice transparent glass taskbar and sidebar, which are very nice. This is what it looks like with the sidebar off. It's a little bit of a glitch down here with the text, unfortunately. As you can see, it's a little bit buggy as well when you put the sidebar back on. There you go. The start menu retains its opaqueness. It doesn't become transparent. Now, at this point, we run into a slight problem. If you try and open an Explorer window, they're completely transparent. You can't see them at all. This is because even though I've now activated the aero theme, I've not actually turned on the desktop composition engine. So to do this, you have to run a simple command. So now we have the DCE enabled, and hopefully you noticed the animation with which that window came in then. I'll show you a few more in case you missed it. So look at the way these animate in, it's really nice. There you go. Now, you might be wondering whether I've noticed that the window borders are green, and a rather ugly shade of green at that. Well, I have noticed, and I think this is actually quite a common misconception about this build, 4074. There is no actual native aero glass transparency in this build. There is a transparent taskbar and sidebar. There is a desktop composition engine, and if you reconstruct the Aero files, this is what you get. So this is the native Aero theme with the DCE running, and it's this green colour. Another feature of the Aero glass transparency in this build, and I don't know whether this was meant to be a testing feature or a final kind of feature for the operating system. So if I just merge this registry key, so you can activate these what are called Aero stars, and they're basically rotating stars that just move around your desktop. Now, while
I mean, these stars are kind of pointless, aren't they? What were they thinking here? Was this like a testing feature? Or was this actually going to be a feature where people could just have random stars rotating around their desktop? That just seems a bit bizarre.
it's all well and good that we've managed to activate the native Aero theme, I know that what you really came to see was full Aero glass transparency, so I'm going to show you that now. So here we are back in Longhorn build 4074, and we now have full working Aero glass transparency with Aero stars. Now, in order to get the full working Aero glass transparency, you have to install a patch. There are various patches available that will allow you to do this. The one I'm using is called Longhorn 2008 Beta. So let's open up an Explorer window. So here's an Explorer window with full Aero glass transparency. If you maximize the window, like I mentioned in part 1, it becomes opaque, so it becomes black. And notice what happens, pay attention to the sidebar and the taskbar and the transparency. When I maximize the window, the black colour actually bleeds into the sidebar and taskbar as well, so now the entire screen is black and there are no transparent sections at all. And as was mentioned at the PDC conference 2003, the idea behind this was that when you maximised a window, you were intending to focus solely on what you were doing in that window, so there would be no reason to want to see anything behind it. So that's the idea behind why the transparency goes away. So let's have a look at some of the window animations. So I showed you some earlier with the native green window borders, but let's have a look what they look like now with full Aero glass. So look at the way they fade in. It's really nice.
I kind of like these animations, but I feel like they're a little bit too long, aren't they? I don't know. Makes it feel a bit sluggish, I think.
There's no close effect. There's no movement effect either. Notice that this preview pane is now animated. This is known as the animated preview pane Aurora, and it only works in a modified version of build 4074 known as Longhorn.
Hello to Jaguarek, and I'm glad you enjoyed the Longhorn videos. I kind of enjoy these too.
The way it was meant to be. So look at this nice Aurora effect there. That's really cool. Now this only works in Longhorn the way it was meant to be. It doesn't work in 4074 out the box.
Why does it randomly stop playing them? I don't know.
Even when you modify the Aero files and activate the DCE yourself, you still don't get it there. And as far as I'm aware, the only way you can actually get to see this is if you install Longhorn the way it was meant to be. And I'm not entirely sure how the creator of that managed to get this working either. But it certainly does work, and it looks really nice. Anyway, so let's have a look now at another new feature that comes with Aero, and this is known as Flip 3D, which did end up in Vista, and it's basically a modern alternative to the Alt Tab function for you to cycle through your windows. Ironically, Flip 3D
Solar Strike says, I wish I got Aero working properly in my original Vista videos. I mean, I remember it was an absolute pain trying to get Aero to work. It just really, like in general, it just is a pain. And I think with this build, I had to try numerous times before it actually worked properly. I mean, properly as in the way that, like, the best you can get it to work here. There were a lot of bloopers. Let's put it that way.
no longer exists in Windows 8. It's been removed. So basically, in this build, if you get yourself lots of windows open, or however many you like, more than one ideally, and then press Alt and Tab, this is what happens. Another cool animation feature that you get in this build is in the autoplay box, and it's got this cool little animated icon. Now, it's very buggy as you can see, but I think the idea is that it follows your mouse cursor around, because if you move your mouse around, you can kind of see it doing it every now and then, before it glitches out again. So I think that's the idea there. That's quite nice. One last thing is have a look at this progress bar that you get when you open a window and it's still loading. This is very Vista-esque.
Ah, yes, Vista-esque. I missed that word. I used that quite a lot, didn't I?
So in terms of the error glass transparency and DCE in this build, these are all the features I've managed to pick up on myself. As I said in the last part of the video, if you have found any features yourself that I've missed them, please feel free to let us know in the comments. So that's it for part 2 of the episode on Windows Codename Longhorn build 4074, which would eventually become Windows Vista. If you haven't already done so, I'd encourage you to check out part 1 of this episode where I look at the new and changed features in this build. You can click this link now to do that. If you enjoyed this episode of Windows on Windows, then please consider subscribing to be notified when new episodes are uploaded, which is approximately every 2 weeks. Thank you for watching and see you next time.
Well, not bad. That was not bad. I can handle that. I'm not cringing at the 4074 videos. Obviously, you can tell that it's an older video, but the format, the structure, the editing is more or less what it is now. Just now we just have a little bit more polish. Okay, right. Let's see, what have we got left? So we're probably not going to want to have a look at Q&As or subscriber showcases. We're going to want to stick to the main videos. So let's see, what options do we have? We could look at another Vista video, but I feel like maybe doing one per series is enough. Sky mentioned the developer reset video. We could look at that just because it's a bit different. So let's put some options up. So we could look at developer reset video, if I can actually spell it. There we go. And then what else have we got? So what is Windows Neptune? That's basically the OS first time, a competition video that we looked at earlier. It's just been rejigged to not be a competition video. There's reactOS. I don't know, what am I feeling? Vista end of support. Meh. Vista Lite. I don't know, I think maybe let's, apart from that developer reset video, I don't think we're going to see anything that's much different in the rest of the Vista videos. So maybe let's have a look at a 98 video. Maybe 1351. That was the first 98 video. That's from 3 years ago already. What is going on? I don't know, actually. What else? Has anyone got any suggestions? I don't even know what options to put here. Micro XP, reactOS. Okay, I'll put reactOS here. I haven't seen that one for a long time. Micro XP, I haven't seen that for a while either. So let's go with those 4 options. Why not? This is a good question that Jaguarek asks. Do you consider remastering these? Yes, I would like to go back and redo the videos on XP, at least XP and 95. Probably some of the early Vista ones could do with it as well at some point. Right. Okay, well, let's have a look at the developer reset video and then maybe reactOS after that. Right, so let's see, developer reset video. So this was originally like a bonus video, I guess, that I did. Because obviously I'm saying obviously, I'm sure everyone that's here will know of the infamous development reset of Vista. And I tried to make it as dramatic as possible, obviously, because everyone loves a bit of drama. So let's have a look. If it plays. Why are they all starting like 5 seconds into the video? There we go. This is definitely a Windows Live Movie Maker thing, isn't it, with that text there? So I must have gone back at some point to do this in Movie Maker. Why would I do that? Maybe I couldn't figure out how to do the text in Premiere Elements? I don't know. But okay.
By mid-2004, it had become obvious to the team working on the development of Longhorn, or what was to become Windows Vista, that they were losing sight of what needed to be done to complete this new version of Windows and ship it to customers. Already about 3 years into its development by this point, and at which stage all previous versions of Windows would have already been released to manufacturing, Longhorn had become a bloated, buggy mess, a real step back from XP in terms of reliability, stability, and usability. Longhorn was Microsoft's most ambitious release to date, boasting many cutting-edge technologies and feature sets such as WinFS, the Avalon presentation framework, and many new user interface experiences. Rather than a case of too little too late, Longhorn's ultimate downfall was just the opposite: too much too early. Developers were simply trying to implement too many new features and too much new code into Longhorn too quickly, without the proper testing or stabilization. In July 2004, Microsoft co-president Jim Alchin, who had overall responsibility for the development of Windows, realised that the development of Longhorn in its current form was simply not going to work. Later that month, Alchin informed Chairman Bill Gates that Longhorn in its current form would never be fit for release. Gates was hesitant about this, arguing that Longhorn development simply needed more time. However, Alchin knew that this would not be enough to save Longhorn. The way Microsoft had developed Longhorn was fundamentally unchanged from the way it had developed previous versions of Windows. However, the sheer complexity and ambitiousness of this release meant that their current development strategy was no longer fit for purpose. After all, Google, Apple, and many other companies had been pushing out software on a much quicker timescale during this period. If Microsoft were to have a chance of competing with these companies, they needed a much quicker turnover for Windows releases. Longhorn needed to be finished, and it needed to be finished quickly. Alchin decided that the best and most efficient way of completing Longhorn successfully was for its current code to be scrapped and for development to start afresh. Alchin enlisted the help of 2 other senior executives at Microsoft to support the Longhorn team in creating a development process that would enforce only the highest levels of code quality. From this point forward, all code would be scrutinised and tested much more heavily before being allowed into the main Longhorn builds. This development reset, as it became known, was announced.
Thanks for joining, Dominic, and good night. And I mean, yeah, this. Are you feeling the drama? This is very dramatic, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how dramatic the actual development reset was. Maybe it was this dramatic, I don't know.
Internally to Microsoft employees on the 26th of August 2004 and began the following month. Work soon started on what was to become known as the Omega 13 part of Longhorn's development, that is, the time directly after the development reset. Omega 13 builds of Longhorn used Windows Server 2003 Service Pack 1 release candidate as a codebase, rather than the Windows Server 2003 release candidate code that Longhorn had been based on up to this point. Probably the first internal Longhorn build to be compiled from the new codebase is a version of build 5000 from the 3rd of August 2004. This build dates from before even the pre-reset build 4093. This is simply because some developers were already using the new codebase, while others were still working with Longhorn's original code.
I was about to ask, actually, SodaStrike. I remembered it was Omega 13 was a reference to something, but I actually couldn't remember what it was referenced to. So thanks for reminding me, Galaxy Quest.
It is therefore difficult to pinpoint an exact date as to when the reset actually occurred. It should also be noted that on the same day that the pre-reset build 4093 was compiled, a certain build 3790 was also compiled, which was a clone of a Windows Server 2003 release candidate build, hence the out-of-place build number. This build was apparently intended.
Philip says, development reset is strange to me. Longhorn looked like it would sell if it came out. I mean, yeah, it looked really good. The problem was more in that it didn't perform as it should have. It was very buggy. But yeah, it looked great. but didn't perform very well.
To act as a preliminary check that everything post-reset would be able to run smoothly. Microsoft's first post-reset Longhorn build to be shared with the public, build 5048, was shown at
The WoW starts now!
Windows Hardware Engineering Conference on the 1st of April 2005. Many were shocked by this build's closer visual resemblance to Windows XP than that of prior Longhorn builds. However, under the hood, Microsoft were busy reintroducing many features to Longhorn that had been under development over the past few years. There was a lot of work to be done over the next 2 years or so before Longhorn would finally be ready for release. By the time it became known by its final name of Windows Vista, it was in many respects an entirely different operating system to the one it had been originally. Whether this was for the better or worse is, of course, a matter of opinion.
Well, that was very dramatic. So, yeah, I mean, I remember it was... I had fun making that video. I did. I had fun finding dramatic music to use. So, yeah, that was the development reset video. Right, what was the next one? reactOS? Maybe we could have a look at this. So, hang on, when was... So, development reset, when was that? That was here. reactOS... Oh, this is only from 5 years ago. Why did I had it in my head this was much older. I don't know why. Okay, right. Let's have a look at this. I mean, I will say about this to start with that I think I was using a development build. I mean, all reactOS builds are development builds, but I was using like a nightly build in this video for some reason, which I think gave me more issues than I should have had. But anyway, let's have a look. So wait, when is this from? 5 years ago? 2017. Okay. Right, so yeah, this was a bonus episode for the XP series that came out a long time after the XP series finished, but why not? So let's have a look. Why do I sound about 10 years younger in this video? No audio. Okay, let's try again. Let's just restart Safari. Why not? Because it could be that. Have you noticed that my whole my whole internet is really slow? I mean, I can only imagine it has to be the amount of people that must be using the internet in the UK. Surely it has to be, because it's nowhere near this bad at any other time. Right, let's try this again. Look, it's awful. Still no audio. Okay. Right, what worked last time? I think I had to close and reopen OBS, so let's do that again. I'll be right back. Right, let's try this again. Okay, all should be good now. Let's find out. Just let me know. No. Okay. Why? Why is that? What else did I try earlier? Right, hold on. Right, let's just put myself full screen for a moment. Right, what else did I try? I think I was just messing around in settings earlier. Just going to reopen Safari again, just in case that helped at all. Sky says, Plan B, re-narrate it yourself. Actually, that sounds like it'd be really fun. I mean, like funny, maybe, but not entertaining. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, it's just... the whole internet is just so slow. Right. And I'm literally the only person in my house right now, so I'm the only person using it.
And welcome to another episode of Windows on Windows, part of the series on the development of Windows XP. In this bonus video, we'll be taking a look at reactOS, an open source operating system designed to look and feel like Windows. The reactOS project...
Yay! I have no idea what I did, but there you go. Right, so let's go back to... what was I on? Screen and webcam. There we go. I'm at that point where now my brain's not functioning properly, but I'm going to try and carry on. I need to have more caffeine, I think.
It began in 1996 and was originally envisaged as an open source clone of Windows 95. As later versions of Windows were released, its specifications changed to include the additional features that these versions of Windows brought. As stated on the official reactOS website, the main goal of the project is to provide an operating system which is compatible with Windows so that people accustomed to the Windows user interface will find using reactOS straightforward.
Johnny, that's interesting. Does it have subtitles? I didn't know. I'm guessing this must have been back in the time where you could get, as a creator, you could have users submit subtitles for your videos. I think that's what happened. Oh yeah, wow. Okay, we have to look at the subtitles because I don't know who it was that did this, but thank you very much for putting the time in to make these subtitles.
The ultimate goal is to allow you to remove Windows and install reactOS without you noticing the change.
Why does that say reactOS?
reactOS is still considered alpha software.
Reactor Earth? Hang on. Are these the right subtitles? These seem auto-generated. Okay, apparently they are. Okay.
Feature incomplete, but with some Windows applications already working. It is therefore recommended by the developers only for evaluation and testing purposes. So, without further ado, let's start reactOS and see what the fuss is all about.
Hold on a second. What was going on with that intro then? That's not the normal intro. What on earth? There's something off about that intro and I don't know what it is. Is it just me? That doesn't look quite right.
So, after the initial installation of reactOS, this is the first screen that you get to upon the
I mean, surely someone could not have been watching this video and literally thought I said reactOS instead of reactOS. Sure, that makes no sense.
first reboot of the machine. And as you saw from the introduction video footage, the install procedure for reactOS and the boot screen are pretty much identical to those of Windows XP. And much akin to the Windows 2000 installation process, at this part of setup after the initial reboot, you now have the option to select some variables for your installation environment. So let's just have a quick look through these. So we can set all the standard Windows install features that you get in Windows NT, such as your locale and keyboard layout. So I'll just quickly go through all this. And I'm not going to worry too much about selecting specific options that I want because I'm just installing this build for demonstration purposes. So now that we're at the end of this section of setup, we're just going to press finish and we'll let the installation complete. And after a final reboot, we're now finally at the reactOS desktop. And as you can see, that pretty much instantaneously booted straight into the desktop environment.
Nice Windows 8 cursor.
Now, taking a look at this at a glance...
So wait, hang on. I'm laughing at Sky's comment now. Oh, okay. Reactorware. The name of radioactive underwear. Why, how many variations of reactOS have there been now? There's been reactorware, reactor West, reactor S. What else? There was another one. Reactor Earth. What the? Makes no sense.
If you're a regular user, you would be fooled into thinking it was.
Pancake says it's now the name of a new wearable operating system. Yes, it should be. Oh, no.
Windows XP or Windows 98, as far as I'm concerned. It defaults to the classic Windows look. So it's very reminiscent of Windows 9X, for example. Now, obviously, for me, as a massive Windows fan and an advanced user of Windows, this would be quite easy to get used to, this interface. But the main point of reactOS is...
Wow, it actually got it right. Someone take a screenshot. reactOS. Look, twice. It's right twice. Amazing.
that it's easy for someone that's used to using Windows, and they can switch to reactOS and use it exactly the same way as Windows without having to relearn everything. So that's the entire point. Now, you do have...
Fun fact about this video, by the way, and some of you may remember this. I had to re-upload this video, the original video. I made a mistake because I called this a Linux distro, which it definitely isn't. So I had to quickly correct it and re-upload it after someone pointed it out to me.
this other theme. This is not a Windows theme, it's just one that reactOS comes with. I don't really like it, to be honest. It looks...
I mean, what was that caption? Why was that VMS? That literally sounded nothing like what I said.
Now, you do have this other theme. This is not a Windows theme, it's just one that reactOS comes with. I don't really like it, to be honest. It looks a little bit buggy to me as well. Let's go back to Classic. You've got some font size options here, and then you've got your good old Windows Classic color schemes, which are exactly the same as they are in Windows, which is pretty nice. I like this. Why is Desert missing? That's peculiar.
I don't know what microphone this is, but I really don't like this. It's made me sound like 10 years younger for some reason, and that is very peculiar to me.
It was always one of my favourites. And Green Olive isn't the name of a Windows theme, but it looks like one called Spruce. That looks like it's just been renamed, which is rather odd. The high contrast themes are the same again as in Windows, as are these. You've got the pumpkin colour scheme, but the good thing about this is it's not gigantic like the one in Windows, so it's actually a regular size with regular size fonts and stuff. Because
I mean, that was always something that bothered me. The fact that pumpkin colour scheme, if anyone remembers, from 98 and other versions around that time, it was only available in large fonts for no reason at all. So you had to manually go in and change all the fonts to a normal size if you just wanted that colour, but like a normal size font. I mean, whose idea was that? That makes no sense.
one in Windows by default is massive. It's got like gigantic fonts. And just like in later versions of Windows, you also have this distinction between the standard and classic Windows themes, because I always prefer the classic one myself. This one is more like the Windows 95 version of the classic theme, whereas this one's more like Windows 2000. Notice that the Windows 2000 version has a slightly lighter grey colour, and it also has the gradient on the title bars, whereas the 95 version doesn't. There's Desert, it's called Sand. How odd. This one, I think, looks like it's designed to look like... I don't know how to describe this. You know, in Windows XP, you have the Lunar theme, but then if you have the Lunar theme colours and everything, but if you implement it through the classic theme, it looks like this, if that makes any sense. So this is like Lunar Blue, but as the classic theme. I hope that made sense. Let's go for Wheat. That's quite a nice one. Now, I don't know if the start button colour is meant to change or not. I'm guessing it is meant to change, but it doesn't, so that ends up looking...
Okay, yeah, so this start button color thing, this is one of the issues that was caused by me running this nightly build. So that was not an issue normally in reactOS at this time.
A little bit out of place if you use any of these themes. Do we have font smoothing? Let's have a look at this. I literally didn't see any difference. I don't know if you did. Let's have a look at these effects. So that's no effect. Let's put on fade. Again, I literally can't see any difference. So I'm guessing a lot of this UI is just that. It's like literally UI. It's not actually linked to...
Okay, hang on. Wait. Let me just remove myself so you can appreciate this in all its glory. Oh no, my button's not working. Okay, hang on. Let me just... You have to see all of this. Okay, let's just read this. So I'm guessing a lot of this UI is just eyes. Like, literally... I literally cannot even read this. Oh my god. Right, hang on. So I'm guessing a lot of this UI is just... No, I can't. I literally can't read it. Oh, no. Is just eyes. Like, literally, why it's not Rafi what? Linked to any sort of code. Oh, no. I've lost it. I have finally cracked. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, that broke me, that one. I don't know. I just don't know why. I don't know why. And the most worrying thing about this is that this is not the auto-generated captions. These are actual captions that someone has added. Okay.
Any sort of code. Now that I've actually gone to the display settings here, I'm going to change the resolution to widescreen and I'm going to recapture the video, so I will be back in a moment. So now that I've recaptured the video in widescreen, let's just take a look around the other parts of the reactOS UI. So in the bottom corner here we've got a watermark, much like the one that you'd get in a Windows Alpha or Beta build. It's got the name of the operating system, the build number, and also underneath it says what version of Windows it's reporting itself as. So at the moment, this version of reactOS is reporting itself to applications as Windows NT 5.2, which is Windows Server 2003 basically, with Service Pack 2 installed.
Why are there random question marks as well? That was not a question. Oh, no.
So let's have a look at the taskbar properties. So again, this is just like the Windows dialog box. We've got an option to lock or unlock the
Rock the Casbah. Oh no, I can't. I don't think I can watch these subtitles anymore. Oh no. Oh no.
taskbar. Now I'm not sure if these are working either. Let's just see. No, I can't add a toolbar. So I can't test that. That's slightly annoying. Auto hide the taskbar, does that work? No. So again, I think all of these are going to be pretty much the same. It's just a proof of concept basically. It's not actually any working stuff. That show seconds option is not in Windows. That's quite a nice addition. So at the moment we've only got the classic start menu option. We don't have the XP start menu option. We don't have any advanced menu options either. But we have the UI, which is nice. We have the adjust date and time dialog box like the one in Windows.
Okay, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I want to pronounce it like a Welsh word because it looks like a Welsh word, but I don't think it's meant to be Welsh. Ciach, that would be a Welsh pronunciation, says, I think you can move the subtitles to the top. That would be useful. Can you do that? I know you can on TVs and stuff. Can you do it on here? Is it in options? Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks. I didn't realise. Wait, but can we move them? Oh, maybe we can't? Oh, maybe you can't. Oh, you can drag them. Oh, this is very high tech. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, thanks, everyone, for that. See, I don't use subtitles very often on my PC anyway, so I'm not used to how it works on here. But I know you can do stuff on when you're watching it on TV and stuff. Thanks for that.
Task Manager. Looks like the...
The classical task manager. I mean, actually, this is really... this is actually kind of hilarious. We should definitely do more reacting to subtitles. Oh, dear. Oh, you're Polish. I mean, I learnt a little bit of Polish, but I don't think I can remember how to pronounce that. C is a TS sound, isn't it? So it's Ciach. I'm not going to try that again. I do apologise.
Windows Task Manager. Excellent.
Oh, Cia. Is that right? Cia.
Let's log off and see what happens. So we've got the classic log on dialog box. Can I not log back on now? Am I not allowed?
Oh, I love this. Come on, Octagon. Am I not allowed to on-rod? Can I just write Time Manila? I love it. That's rather odd. Can I just like type my name in? No. Okay, so administrator. No. Let's reset the virtual machine. So I'm back in reactOS after having recovered from that slight problem. And I just realised I haven't looked at any backgrounds yet, so let's see if we actually do have any desktop backgrounds. I'm going to guess not. No. Although there are some screensavers. So we have this logon screensaver, which is reminiscent of the classic Windows logon screensaver from XP and some other versions of Windows. Notice again that option hasn't worked. And let's look at 3D text. It isn't letting me. I think it's crashed. Have you crashed reactOS? Ortron has posted some great graphics in the WoW Streams channel if you're on the Discord server. Oh, thanks for that, Orbitron. Thanks for immortalizing my favourite subtitle. So far. My favourite so far. Oh, what is it with this audio? Right, let's reset OBS again. Okay. Screen and webcam. Okay, right, let's see. Has that helped? Hopefully. Let me know. No, okay. I might just have to restart Safari as well. Oh, hang on. I did this last time. Let's do this first. Okay, let's just reset the sound device. That is very reminiscent. Anything? I think it's crashed. Have you crashed reactOS? Now that is very reminiscent of Windows. Let's restart the virtual machine. Perfect. You can't get rid of me that easily, reactOS. So I'm back. Let's have a look at this README. So, what is reactOS? An open source effort to develop a quality OS that is compatible with applications and drivers written for Windows. Now that's a pretty ambitious project, to be honest. And if they can like crack that, that would be pretty amazing to have like a fully functional drop-in replacement for Windows that's open source. That would be pretty impressive. I mean, the subtitles are doing pretty well at the moment, aren't they? It's not too bad. So as I said earlier, it says here, reactOS currently focused on Windows Server 2003 compatibility, but they do say it's always keeping an eye toward compatibility with Windows Vista and future Windows NT releases, i.e. 10. And this is... And 11. Quite a good question. Associate Rector. Oh dear. That I would guess a lot of people watching this video or have heard about reactOS before would ask, is it legal? Yes, because the reactOS developers have written all their code from scratch. They haven't actually taken anything from Windows, which again in itself is pretty impressive. So this is the reactOS file explorer, and as you can see, it's pretty simple. In fact, it's very reminiscent of Windows 95 file explorer. There are no quick links on the left hand side, there's no navigation bar, so it literally is like the classic file explorer. As I'm kind of expecting by now, a lot of the options are unavailable, so there aren't any folder options to make. These toggles don't work. Neither do these. Well, this one does, but search doesn't. Let's see control panel. Now, if you are a Linux user, you may know about a Windows emulator called Wine, which runs on Linux, and it allows you to and macOS often be able to install and use Windows programs on your Linux machine, just or macOS machine, as you would in Windows. Now, reactOS does borrow some of that Wine functionality to get. It does borrow some of that wine. I just like how it ended on the word wine. Your Linux
machine just as you would in Windows. Now reactOS does
Just gave it a completely different context.
borrow some of that wine functionality to get apps running, which we'll look at a little bit later in the video. I'm going to try installing a few apps. Let's just have a look at these guys.
Oh no. Controller apples.
Applets at the moment. So we've got system information, reactOS version 0.5. This is very much like the My Computer dialog in Windows. Here's the device manager. We don't have any performance options. That's kind of annoying as well, but to be expected. Let's look at user accounts. Let's try adding a user. I don't really want to do this now because why is my keyboard not attached to the virtual machine? Is that really going to happen right now? Okay, whatever. Let's just go.
Solar Strike. I did one that was about 4 hours long, but I don't know how long have I been streaming? Since 7. So no, don't think so. Not yet, anyway.
Over that.
I'm guessing I'm probably gonna have to go in. I don't know, maybe 45 minutes or so, something like
I
that.
don't have any sound driver on here. Ah, there's a link to folder options there. Will this work? Yes. You just can't get to it from File Explorer, but I'm guessing these options don't work anyway. Should we see if that worked? Hide extensions for known file types. Okay. It's worse than I thought, but that's okay. I know it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. And it's just crashed. So let's restart the virtual machine. So after that brief look around the reactOS user interface, let's now have a quick look at how to install applications on reactOS. Now the easiest way to do this is with the inbuilt applications manager. And basically you open it up and you just have a selection of categories for different software that you can install. So for example, here's Office. So we've got things like Microsoft Word Viewer, we've got OpenOffice. In audio we've got Audacity and Winamp. We've got Media Player Classic, and so on and so forth. Now, all of these applications will work on Windows. And as I was saying earlier, the whole point of reactOS is that it's binary compatible with Windows. So these apps here, for example, CCleaner, it will actually download a Win32 app to install. However, I've already done that. So another way of installing apps on reactOS without the applications manager is to get yourself regular Win32 executable files. Now this can be very hit and miss, and to be honest I've spent quite a long time working out what can and can't install on reactOS, and out of the pretty decent selection of apps I tried, only these 5 actually worked. So CCleaner does install, and I'll show you it now. It also works, which is even more useful. So you can analyze and run the cleaner. I'm not going to do it because it tends to make this virtual machine really slow and I end up having to restart it all the time. So I have to be really careful with what I do. FileZilla also works, although I don't seem to have an icon for it, but that does install. In fact, I'll show you the install process for this. So it does say unsupported operating system, but it will say that if you're running anything under Vista, but you can bypass it. So as you can see, the installer is exactly the same because this is the Win32 installer. Now remember, I don't have an internet connection in this virtual machine, so I can't actually demonstrate it in action, but it does open and I'm assuming that it would work. So if you by any chance want to try this out, let me know in the comments. I'd be interested to know whether it does actually work. Then we've got the K-Lite Codec pack, which I also got installed.
What? Let me spell to care about Codec package. Okay.
I also can't find, which is really useful. But that works, and so does Media Player Classic. Opera 36 installed. Where have all these apps gone? Why aren't they in my start menu? They were there earlier, I'm pretty sure they were. Let's just install it again so I can show you. So there we go, we've got Opera 36 installed, and I'm assuming that newer versions will also work. And then lastly, I tried installing the Win98 Plus pack, which is interesting. It did work.
Wind98. Nice.
And I'll show you. So the desktop themes app works and you can select themes. However, for some reason, I don't quite know why. It doesn't show the wallpaper, and it doesn't set the wallpaper. It also doesn't set any icons, which I kind of gathered that it probably wouldn't. Same with sound events. I don't think it would set those either, but again, I haven't got a sound card, so I can't verify. But it does set all the colours, so let's just show you this as an example. So it will set you the colours from whatever theme you choose, and it looks like it tries to set the fonts, but it appears to have font substitutes, because this should be, I believe, in the travel scheme it was Comic Sans in the title bars. Obviously these fonts are different. Oh, actually I don't know whether they are. I think it's the same font, just different font sizes. Now that I've said that, I can't really tell. So yeah, the only downside of this is that obviously the start button, like I was saying earlier, it doesn't theme with anything else, so it always stays the same colour and it looks kind of odd, so I don't like that. So lastly, let's just have a little bit of fun. So we'll see how much like the jungle theme.
How much like the dongle theme? Wow, okay, I don't know that one.
Just to look. So let's set the wallpaper manually. Jungle wallpaper. And I don't have a sound card, but will it let me set sounds? Probably not. But you know, if you had a sound card, you could set all the sounds manually there. So that's that sorted. You could also download the correct font for this theme, which I can't remember what it is. It starts with an M. That's really annoying me now. I can't remember what it's called, but it starts with an M. So you could install that manually yourself, and to be honest, you could get it pretty much looking like whatever theme you wanted. Screensavers. Ooh, what's going on here now? I've got lots of wildlife screensavers. Well, there you go. That one works. But where's the jungle screensaver? Where is it? Let's see if I can set it in here. So reactOS, System 32,
reactO.
jungle screensaver. Yeah, so it does work. I don't know why it's not coming up in the little box. Is it there now that I've done that? No, peculiar. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, and that's pretty much it, really. So you can get lots of other apps installed, like I was saying, like OpenOffice and different web browsers. So you could use this, I think, as an everyday system. However, if you did do that, you'd have to bear in mind the limitations, and there are quite a few limitations. It's very hit or miss with executable files. I'm not sure what it's like with games. I did try installing Minecraft, and that didn't work. So that doesn't seem promising. Obviously, a lot of the UI is just placeholders, and you can't actually change any of the settings, so none of these work. Although the display picture has changed, they don't actually do anything. So you have to bear in mind that there are still lots of limitations. It is still an alpha release, it's very early in development. However, the idea is there, and I think with enough developer input, this could eventually become a fully functional Windows replacement, which is actually a really exciting idea. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you next time.
Well, that was unintentionally very entertaining. I love that. Okay, right, what have we got left? I think we might have time for one or two more videos. So let's see. That was reactOS, so that was about 5 years ago. Why did this whole page just refresh? Anyway, right, so where is that? That is going to be around here. reactOS. Why can I not see it now? Oh, there it is. Okay, right. Okay, let's do a little poll again. I'll give you some options. So we could have a look at maybe the first 98 video. That's 1351. What else? I don't know. What else, actually? What else? Mic check? Oh, I cringe at that as well. Oh, let's just put mic check there as an option. Mic check. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. Nashville? I think I'm just being random now. Nashville, that can be an option. What else? Not a live stream because those are hours. So definitely don't have time for that. I think I'm gonna go with those three. They seem to be good options. Vista Light. Oh, okay, I'll put Vista Light here. Vista Light. There we go. Why not? Okay, see how you feel out of those options. Let's see. And I might go for the top two again this time. So we'll do mic check and then Vista Light. Maybe. Thanks for joining Solar Strike, and I'll see you next time, or maybe in one of your streams, whenever you do your next one. Right, let's have a look at mic check first, definitely. And then whatever comes second, we'll look at that next. So Vista Light, maybe. And then I think we're pretty much up to date, because then from that point, we're looking at 1 or 2 years ago, which is pretty much how the videos are now. So that is probably a good last video. Right. Mic check. Fun fact about this video. Michael MJD said this is quality content. So you can't argue with that. Okay, let's have a look at this. Oh yeah, and Pancake says turn subtitles on. Yes, we should definitely put subtitles on, because now I feel like we have to do this. So auto-generated subtitles. I don't know what's going to be worse, the subtitles or the video. I don't know. This is a video that has no reason to exist, but exists anyway. So enjoy.
Okay, mic check. Mic check. Audio check. Audio check.
Oh.
Okay, mic check. Checking the sound. Okay, mic check. Checking the sound. Check, check, check. Mic check. Check, check, check.
Okay.
Check, check, check. Mic check. Check, check, check. Checking the sound. Check, check, check. Mic check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Mic check. Check, check, check.
I mean, they're doing pretty well so far, aren't they? They're doing better than those English ones from the reactOS video.
This is Memphis 1351 testing. And now I've put the quality up, the byte rate to be specific, because the icons look disgusting just now. Ugh. Video test for Windows Nashville. Okay, let's try one of these sliding menus. Can you see that sliding in? There you go. Lovely slidey animation that isn't in Windows 95. And mic check one more time. Mic check.
Mic chat. Whoa, no time.
One more time. And once more, mic check. Mic checking one more time. So here we go with another mic check. Okay, another mic check. Try again. I don't know what.
I mean, seriously, I used to do this before every video. I would just record myself saying mic check, mic check. I don't know why. I just never trust technology, because I knew the one time I didn't check, it would not record properly. So I had a habit of doing this all the time.
That's not working. Okay, this is the second audio check for naming the next version of Windows. It's a little bit slow. I have to press the wrong button actually. There you go. Oh, poo in my shoe. Testing the mic too. Okay, Longhorn 4042 audio check.
Oh, okay. Long haul 404. Oh, that's a good one. That is good. Oh dear.
Just checking the mic level. It should be okay. And lots of peas and popping and dooby-doo.
The aim of this video is to basically have a little look at what sort of software you can get to run on Windows Neptune these days. It would appear so. Right, let's try AVG9. No. It's being a little bit slow now.
I used to love doing this.
So Windows 15. How's about, for example, Windows 7.1? Windows 7, Windows 7, a very successful version of Windows.
Ooh, that's the wrong microphone.
Right, let's restart that.
Windows loomed. That sounds a bit why am I snorting? I'm so sorry, that's not very glamorous. Windows loomed. That sounds a bit a bit sinister.
Delay. How do I stop it? Oh, why am I so bad at using these broadcasting programs? And checking the audio one more time. One more time, audio check.
So yeah, like I said, that video has no reason to exist, but it exists anyway. Oh, and look, we also have an end screen by this point. Exciting. Just excuse me a moment while I let my dog outside. Right, shall we have a look at maybe one more video? Right, what was the second? Vista Lite? Maybe. Let's see. Where is that? Here. Right, let's have a look at this. This may be the last one.
Hey Windowers, and welcome to another episode of Windows on Windows, part of
I think the mic sounds a bit better in this one, am I right?
the series on the development of Windows Vista. In this bonus episode, we'll be taking a look at Vista Lite, an unofficial edition of Vista that's based on Windows Vista Ultimate Edition. This modified version of Vista is capable of fitting on a single CD-ROM, being in total 582 megabytes in size.
My voice definitely sounds more professional in this, doesn't it? It sounds. I'm either reading this from a script, although I don't remember writing scripts at this point. Reading it from. I must be reading it, surely.
The default install size is 4.04 gigabytes, thus making it appropriate to use on computers with limited hard drive storage space. The product does include Windows activation and therefore requires a Windows Ultimate product key to activate. So how exactly is Vista Lite capable of fitting onto a single CD and giving an install size of just over 4 gigabytes? In this video, I aim to find out. Let's start. So as part of my series on the development of Windows XP, one of the bonus episodes that I uploaded was on an unofficial modified...
Oh yes, Pancake, thanks for reminding me. I'll put subtitles on for this one. Do we just have auto-generated? Yes.
version of Windows XP called Micro XP, which was basically...
Why has it chosen really bad? Oh, that is the highest quality. Okay, that's awful.
very slimmed down, and it could fit on a single CD, for example, and it was designed primarily for users that had episodes.
Well, Orbitron, let's find out your question about the intro. Where was it? It was quite a long introduction, wasn't it? 2 squares on the right half of the logo, bigger than the left ones.
In this video, I aim to find out. Let's start.
They kind of did look bigger, I think. Is it because the quality is so bad? Yeah, they kind of do, don't they? That's weird. Right, where did I get to? I don't even remember. Let's stop here.
On an unofficial modified version of Windows XP called Micro XP, which was basically very slimmed down, and it could fit on a single CD, for example, and it was designed primarily for users that had not a lot of disk space, really, so it saved a lot on install size for XP. So in this video with Vista Lite, it's pretty much the same thing, but this time for Vista. So Vista Lite fits on a single CD, like I said. It's 582 megabytes. It's, you know, it's tiny compared to the actual real Vista, which takes up a whole DVD, so it's over 4 gigabytes. Gives an install size, again, much smaller than regular Vista. It's only 4 gigabytes, slightly over, so again, tiny compared to RTM Vista. So here we are at the desktop of Vista Lite, and as you can see, it does include some wallpapers out of the box, so let's have a little look. I've just chosen this one pretty much by random. So we do have, I believe, all of the default Windows Vista wallpapers, available, so they've not been removed. If we go to screensavers, we can see that the screensavers have actually been removed, and there's only this blank one that's been left. Going to sounds, we have all of our sounds
So they left in all the wallpapers, but removed the screensavers. That seems a bit random.
included, so again, nothing's been removed. Looking at mouse pointers, again, nothing's been removed. And looking at themes, again, nothing's been removed. And if I just go into Windows Color and Appearance and Classic Appearance, you can see that we also have the basic theme included as well. So none of the themes have actually been removed. The only personalization elements that have been removed are the screensavers, which I find quite bizarre. Why you'd remove the screensavers, but
Look, I'm more like myself than I realise.
leave all the backgrounds and all the sounds, which would take up a lot more room than the screensavers would have on the hard drive. But there we go, that's just the way it is. So as you can see, Aero is still included as well, and I've managed to get it working in this virtual machine, which is brilliant. Now, some of the other notable features that have been removed. If I just go to computer properties, I'll show you this while I'm talking about this. So system protection, as you can see, we don't have system restore, so that is not a feature. That's completely missing. And I'll just go to device manager to talk about this, even though there's nothing really to show you here, but a lot of drivers have been removed. So for example, when I tried installing this on a virtual SATA hard disk, it wouldn't install. I had to switch to an IDE disk to get it to detect the hard drive. So a lot of drivers have been removed. The Ethernet driver for VMware hasn't been detected either. So again, a lot of drivers have been removed, and a lot of space would have been saved by doing that. So that's probably why it's been done. If we have a look in the start menu, a few other little things that have been removed. So we don't have WordPad, we don't have Paint. We do, however, have Calculator and Notepad, which again is bizarre. I don't know why you'd remove Paint and keep Calculator in. You may have noticed that we also don't have any desktop gadgets or the Windows sidebar, so they're not included by default. However, you could add them later on yourself. You can download the Windows sidebar files from many places online, or you could use a utility like 8 Gadget Pack, which will give you the sidebar back anyway, so that's not a problem. And really, those are the only features that I've managed to actually notice that are missing. So I'm not entirely sure how they managed to get it down to fit on one CD, because I've not actually found anything else that seems to not be here.
What else could they have removed to get the install size down that much? That's a good question.
If I just show you control panel, just so that you can see, you might notice things that are missing that I haven't. The only thing really in control panel that I, from the top of my head, know is not there is Windows Defender and Windows Sideshow. But again, Windows Defender, for example, as a piece of antivirus software, that would be really easy to just find a third-party piece of software if you really wanted antivirus. But to be honest, if you're running Vista, I don't know why you'd be worried about antivirus software, to be honest. Although that kind of did.
Samuel, to answer your question, is it Vista for XP computers that were slow on Vista? It could be used for that purpose, although just bear in mind it's not an official version of Vista. This is an unofficial modified version. But yeah, that's the idea. It's just a more lightweight version.
Didn't really make sense when I said that, because surely if you're running old versions of Windows, you might want antivirus software. I don't really know. I think I was thinking in terms of, if you're not silly, but if you're enough of a rebel to run an old unsupported version of Windows, why would you then go an extra step and get some antivirus? Why not just go the whole hog and just live dangerously? So let's just have a quick look
That would be very irresponsible, Major Sky.
around, although I don't think anything here will have changed. So we've got all these standard admin tools as normal. So actually, most stuff, it looks like, has actually been left in. So like I said, I don't know how they managed to get the install size right down. I'll just show you the optional features. And that actually reminds me, one other thing that was taken out was all the Vista games. So in this list, there's a lot of things missing as well. So the games, for example, can't be added back in. Even though they have been removed, you also cannot add them back. Same with the desktop gadgets. Like I said, they've been removed and they're not an option to add back either. So some things are literally irreplaceably removed, or the original versions anyway. Now, another great feature of Vista Lite is that the install time is really tiny compared to Vista again. So you can actually install Vista Lite in literally 5 minutes. So in my virtual machine, it took about 7 minutes altogether, literally from pressing a key when it said press a key to start from DVD, going through the whole, setting all my options, all my personalization, out of box experience was all done within 7 minutes. So again, really impressive. So yeah, that's Vista Lite. Obviously,
That's Vista Lite.
I'm not going to share the ISO because it is technically an illegal version of Windows because it has been unofficially modified. So please don't ask for the ISO. I'm not going to share the ISO, but you know, the internet and stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this very short bonus video, and I will see you next time.
I actually forgot that I used this music in the end screens for a while. Excuse me, just declining a call again. Yeah, I used this Windows 98 welcome music in the end screens for quite a while, didn't I? In fact, I think it was the last video in the Windows 98 series that I stopped using that. Just because, I don't know, it seemed a bit out of date by that point. I felt like by just having a nice, quiet end screen, I don't know, it just felt a bit more modern, so why not? Yeah, so, well, I hope you enjoyed that fairly long, but nevertheless, hopefully entertaining or interesting look back at some of my earlier videos. Obviously, there are lots of videos on the channel, so if you haven't seen most of these, knock yourself out, go and have fun looking at them. My personal opinion is that the newer ones are better, but they're all there if you so wish. So yeah, as usual, I will stick around for a few minutes because I like to do that right at the end in case anyone wants to chat about anything else. But if not, I will be going. And yeah, I'm hopefully going to put a poll up for you to decide what we can look at in the next stream, because I'm hoping that we can get back to doing streams every 2 weeks, which should be alternating with the videos if all goes well. So look out for a poll soon on what to do next time in a stream. In fact, I'm saying that, but actually, there was a poll that I did quite a while ago, and I still haven't done the stream on that winning option, which was gaming in Longhorn 4074. So probably we should do that next. Right, let's just end this poll. Right, so Windows 95 says it was fun being on stream again. Yeah, I enjoyed myself. I hope you did as well. Sorry, I just need to respond to this message. Okay, yeah, so Orbitron says, what's your favorite WoW video? That's actually a really good question because I don't actually know. Let's see actually which ones are the most popular ones. The most popular ones do not correspond to my favorites, I'm pretty sure. Neptune, yeah, no. Windows 7 10 support, no. No, none of these. I think I want to say the Start Me Up video, just because of how awesome that was, that I managed to get loads of my favorite YouTubers to be in a video with me and to help me, because actually, like, without those people I could not have done the video unless I just narrated everything, which would have been really boring probably. So yeah, I want to say this one for that reason. Hopefully we can do some more like that if I can manage to get people talking that worked on things in Windows. I have offered to a few people, but I've not had any response yet. Okay, let's see. Philip, it will be on the community tab, the polls on the streams. Kevin's asking why the icon's black. It's because the Queen recently died in the UK. We're in a period of national mourning, which lasts for 10 days. So in that time, you're meant to display black colours in place of other ones that you would have. So, for example, if you look on like the Twitter accounts of UK businesses, for example, you'll see that everything's in black and white at the moment. Johnny answered that question, and so did Orbitron. Orbitron says more Whois videos when. Yeah, that's a good question. Whenever I have time to do more of those. But as you know, we're going to be prioritizing the Windows 8 videos at the moment, so it'll depend if I have extra time left after that. Ooh, we've got a comment on a video in the meantime. What's this about? Is this to do with a stream? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if this is a coincidence, but someone's just commented on the Micro XP video. Interesting. That's a bit unusual for such an old video, but there we go, I'll take that. Okay, well, thank you all again for joining. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and yeah, have a look out on YouTube for the next Windows 8 video, which should be up on Sunday, if all goes well, and then the next live stream, which should be the week after, again, if all goes well. And again, if all goes well, we'll be gaming on Longhorn 4074. So I look forward to seeing you all then, and in the meantime, why can I never process like doing two things at once? It's this button. Just getting the button ready. Yeah, in the meantime, have a good evening, and I'll see you all in the next one. I will see you then.